everyone. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. But today we're not going to be writing a game. Instead, we're going to be going over a few. And what do you mean I'm not out? I mean, I'm right. Oh, you want to see me, right? Want to see all my sins and all my problems? Well, I guess we gotta make this official, right? Hello, everyone. My name is Notepad Anon. Or should I say, hello, every pony. Hello. Yes, today we're going to be going over the children's safety cap of tabletop role-playing games. Now, what does that actually mean, though? To put it bluntly, you were a child at one point. Yes, children. The little tiny versions of us who yell and scream and play Fortnite. Yes, those ones. Those tiny children who do things. Tabletop role-playing games are usually seen as a fairly adult hobby. You may note Sume Pain Derby. The vast majority of these tabletop games are usually seen for older audiences, teenagers or, adults, and, having a fun time. But what about the munchkins? What about kiddos? What about those tiny little creatures that we end up dealing with and become older? Well, there's a few games out there that are specifically marketed for children. And they are lucrative, to say the least, in some capacities. But let's just do a quick rundown. What do I mean by a children's role-playing game? Well, a child is usually dictated as someone fairly young. But I'm going to give myself some very basic criteria for what a children's role-playing game actually is. First things first. First things first. Game is simple and designed for children or assumed children. Now, what does this mean? Technically, any game can be played with kids. That's not like this astronomical, oh, I've never thought about this coming out there. Any game can technically do that. One of the most common ones, actually, would be one of the ones that I remember quite well is D&D 4E Kids. Wonder if I can find it. Ah, yes, right here. D&D 4th edition actually had these children's versions of the game. I don't know if they were fully official or not, but that's pretty much what they were. If you look at even here, you get to see the ABCs of D&D. The D&D's children book. A couple games have actually gone whole hog on the idea that, hey, let's make a game for children. Usually with subsequently terrifying artwork. I don't know why they keep doing that, but why? But let's just Google children's RPG. Oh, okay. Wow, everybody, look, it's Hero Kids, a game we'll be going over today. Because Hero Kids is fascinating for all the wrong reasons. I think one of the most important secondary things for these is simple theme. I think, and that's a little bit more complicated to talk about, but none of these games we're going to be going over today really have anything really overt. Like, hey everybody, when you bonk a goblin on the head, their head doesn't get caved in with a shower of gore, they just get knocked over and run away, or they fall on the ground and cry. It's something like that. It's something fairly simple. Oh God, there's so much. There's so much of it. Oh Jesus. Mother of Mary. But yeah, just to kind of give you the idea there, the official D&D for kids called Monster Slayer Heroes of Hyzod. Yay! Kitty games. Heroes of Hyzod. But yeah, I think those are the two main. This is the Heroes of Hyzod. Yeah, the Monster Slayers adventure for ages 6 and up. Yep. Looks like they even have it, there's there for 4E. Yeah, there's quite a few of these different child-focused role-playing games. And children games need to be for kids. But I'm going to give you a secret about kids. Here's the secret. One thing I've learned over my years. Children are not stupid. Like, I would say like a good, like, I would say about like 6 to 8. We usually tend to assume they are stupid baby children and like just moronic. They're not. They can actually be quite clever and fucking sadistic. But generally speaking, I think we usually look down on kids a little bit more, like until they're like 15. They're like, oh, you're just a kid. So you want to have the tiny, easy, simple baby game. It's like, I see some of these like 6, 7-year-olds who know what the fuck they're doing, and you do get invested. Some of these games go as young as 4. Like, that's like an encouraged, like, oh, you can play this game for players age 4 to 10. So I'm like, that's a little young, but hey, what do I know, right? I'm just a silly clown. I'm just a pony. See, I could say pony up, but I won't say pony up because I've already lost all sense of right or wrong in my mind. But what games are we going over today? Well, today, first things first, let me actually, yep. First thing we're going to be going over is Adventures in Oz. Very, very nice. We have Mitchim, Fluffy Adventures, Mitchim, it's German. Of course, we have the White Whale Holy Grail of Hero Kids. Because this shit prints money, for lack of a better word. We have The Prince's Kingdom. This one's going to be a little bit odd to talk about. And finally, we have probably the game you've all been excited for. Hey, everybody! Man, I had to learn all about My Little Pony lore for this, by the way. And I did. I learned all about My Little Pony Friendship is Magic lore for this stream, just so I could be well educated in it. Yeah, this is Tales of Equestria, written by, Alessio Cavatore. Yeah, you see, he fucking signs it. Yeah, these are the 5 games we're going to be going over today. Now, none of them are very long. I think that's one thing you always got to remember. None of these games are particularly long. So, I'll ask the people here, what do you want to start with? Is there anything in particular you want to start with? Or we can start off with the big boy himself. We can start off with Hero Kids. I think that's going to set the tone for going forward for this entire thing. Delicious coffee. I wonder, do horses drink coffee? Am I breaking kayfabe? I'm feeling Hero Kids. All right, we're feeling Hero Kids. All right, now I'm going to do my best to make this stream as child-friendly as possible. So, no swear words, no naughty things. We're just going to be as child-safe as possible. This is the child safety cap. I want to be able to say, this is for children. So this is going to be a very difficult stream, by the way. Very difficult. Simply because I usually swear like a sailor for these things. But I'm not going to, because, you want to know why? Respect you. Unlike Hero Kids. Yes, let's look at Hero Kids, a fantasy role-playing game for children aged 4 to 10. Oh, we've got a manly co-host, no less. Let me just bring up... Look at him go. You even see right there, he's got the full crayon drawing. You know, tactically positioned him right there. As you can see, we have the full, Animal Kingdom currently. Oh, damn. We've got Baby Doge, we've got Manly, we've got even a unicorn. Because, for some reason, also I should say, this is drawn by Scribble, no less. So thanks, Scribble. Uh, the I don't know why I became a unicorn. See, technically, I should have been an earth pony. Thank you very much. That's how I view myself. Or I could just make Scribble's life miserable and force her to make me an alicorn, because I'm secretly there. I've lost all sense of right or wrong in my life. Please send help. Because no Ironside. This is a children-friendly stream. No swears, no racism, no naughty things. Okay? Yes, welcome to Hero Kids. This is written by a guy named Justin Halliday. Now, here's an interesting thing about our boy here. Now, I did a little bit of digging on Justin Halliday. Now, actually, let's start from the top. If we go to Hero Kids itself, Hero Kids is a fascinating game to talk about because this is Hero Kids. As you see, it's an adamantine seller. You see right here, any award-winning game, best adamantine seller, and generally speaking, people seem to regard it very heavily. You know, people seem to like it a lot, and it's by this company called Hero Forge Games. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit funny. And by funny, I do mean hilarious. As you see here, he's got a few different games. Now let's go to Onyx. Let's go to Onyx Sky and Heroes Against Darkness. So, Onyx Sky has a single thing, pretty much. Either there's the free version of the game or the bot version. This is the deluxe version 15. Only in Electrum Cellar. Now, for those who are Metal Tears, TTRPG, they don't tell you this very well. But if we go down here, Electrum is 250, Adamantine is 5,000 copies. So his other main game, this is pretty much his only other thing, is an Electrum Cellar. This came out about 2 years ago at this point, in 2021. Quite a few different things here, but not a lot of stuff really. Weirdly enough, this is his universal system that came out in 2018. Technically, it's free for the PDF, but not anyone's actually bought, like, the main versions of this. And it doesn't even have no Metal Tears or anything. I do not know how many people have actually heard of the Forge engine before. I've never seen anyone talk about it. I've never seen anyone actually even reference it. So, it's like, okay. And then we have Heroes Against Darkness, which is just a copper seller. And again, never really heard of this one before. And it's like, what? Huh? None of the other games this guy's actually done have reached the raw, nightmare that is Hero Kids. Now, I'm going to tell you why Hero Kids is a little bit horrifying to witness. No, not you. No. So these are the Adamantine games. Remember, each of these have sold, only 175 products have sold over 5,000 copies on TTRPG. Just put that number in your head. Under 75. So let's just go down the list here real fast. And let's just see where we can find it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 23 of the top 175 products, less than 1%, less than 0.5%, less than 0.2% of products on TTRPG, they have 23 of them for over 5,000 sold. Now, interesting thing to think about, because you get things like this. This is just a bunch of cards. Gotta see here, because you don't actually have like bonus actions or anything like that in the main game. You have to buy it. See, over 5,000 people have bought the $6 PDF of this. And this is only 43 pages. 5,000, even if let's be conservative and let's say 5,000 times 6, that's 30,000 bucks. Like, and let's be nice and say he's only making $4. That's still $20,000 on an individual one minimum. And there are a lot of these. Some are platinum sellers, some are gold sellers. There's quite a few of these. And even a platinum seller is a 1,000 plus copy. Even a mithril seller is 2,500 copies. And they even have a creators guild on top of it, which I can assume that every single one that gets sold, they at least get a cutback of it. Just to kind of give you who's buying these kids' books? Are they in libraries? I don't know. That's the strange part. I'm assuming parents, and I'm assuming people are buying them, obviously. That makes sense. But to give you an idea, this is just 40 pages of cards. Like, you do get 120 cards if you just buy the PDF of this, but there's no physical version of this particular game. Even the main one, this is right here. The soft cover, mind you, is $12. Like, the soft cover is 12 bucks. And this game is, in total, 73 pages. But you also have to remember, that isn't really true. Yeah, that's not, that's not really true. What it is, in fact, is a lot of different things. And a lot of these are like cards, they're a little bit bonuses, they're not really the actual game. And it's like, it's completely bonkers. And the guy still cares. You see right here, even March 1st, that he was, when they're talking to things. It's like, oh shit. And in case you're wondering, Hero Forge has effectively doubled down on pretty much just being Hero Kids, the best-selling family RPG. People like to talk about, like, oh, here's Onyx Sky, here's their card game that you can buy, Heroes Against Darkness, Forge. Hero Kids is the one that actually is the money printer, mostly because they do have their own dedicated special blog. If you want to have your very special blog, it won Silver Ennie. Silver Ennie. But who is Justin Halliday? Hello, Justin Halliday. This is Justin. Hello, Mr. Halliday. How are you doing, sir? He is an Aussie. Yes, he's an Aussie. Now, if we go to LinkedIn, right here, and Manager of Innovation Delivery, Public Sector Reform at Victorian Public Sector Commission, Greater Melbourne area. He technically works for the Australian government. Now, I looked through his previous history and kind of like, what's he been doing? He's a public sector commission guy. Planning, managing projects, provide expert and authoritative advice on innovation policy and policy holders. He's a guy who does things. That's his job. He's a guy who does things. One of the a few amusing things is he was an investment manager for Screen Australia, as well as this is important, senior producer and game director at Trickster Games. Now, as you can kind of see, some of his notable products that he created was Damage Incorporated, Pacific Squadron World War II, Jane's Advanced Strike Fighters, and Fumes. Yeah, creative director. Now, the weird part is, Trickstar Games, if you actually Google these guys, only one major thing actually pops up for them. Ash's Cricket 2013. Now, Ash's Cricket 2013 is apparently the worst cricket game of all time. Like, it's just the worst thing ever created by mankind. Like, to the point where people make fun of it, and they actually had to, like, bring it back. and they gave everyone refunds on it. It was that terrible bad. Yeah, welcome. You want to play Jane's Advanced Strike Fighters? He was on this team. But yeah, okay. What about transmission games? What do they do at transmissions games? Heroes Over Europe, Ashes Cricket 2009, Gaelic Games Hurling, Gaelic Games Football, Equestrian Challenge, AFL 2016, Heroes of the Pacific. Yes, the Heroes of the, if we do Heroes Over Europe. This is like a bunch of they did a bunch of plane games. That's really it. Like, it's kind of one of those weird things. Like, Filmworks, who was a producer at Atari, apparently, Info Games. He was doing a lot of like nothing big. He was big into video games. Apparently, way back in the day, he worked on the SNES version of Shadowrun. And that's kind of him. Now he works for the government. Halliday makes worst cricket game of all time, forced to leave industry. Effectively, you joke, but yeah, he effectively left the industry after Ashes Cricket, being a terrible cricket game. But that is it. That's all of Halliday, really. I couldn't really find too much on the guy for a variety of reasons. Seems like he's a pretty private person. I can respect that. I wonder, does he have a Twitter? Oh, we've got a Twitter, everybody. He's got no one following him. He's got no followers, and he has a Google Plus. And his last post was in 2018. Oh yeah, gamers. No. Yeah, welcome to probably one of the best-selling tabletop role-playing games on DriveThruRPG. Behold. This is what we aspire to be. God help us all. But yeah, that's kind of give you a basic rundown of what it means, of what Hero Kids' kind of background is. This is literally his like first game that he decided to make for his kids. And it's like, okay then. Alright. Okie dokie. This is fine. So, that is it. Make games all his life, make one bad game, get booed, becomes a fed. That's hell of a pipeline. I mean, a couple hundred's not bad. Google Plus account. What did I miss? We just went over Justin Halliday, the writer of Hero Kids, and his very bizarre work history, ranging from working on the original SNES version of Shadowrun, all the way to now working as a Fed in Australia. For, mind you, one of the worst rated branches in Melbourne. God love it. So, this is really, like, it's kind of interesting. I have an older version of the game, but I don't think really anything has changed with it. But this was designed and written by Justin Halliday, and all the art was done by this guy named Eric Quigley. Copyright 2012, because this is actually a fairly old game. Hero Kids originally came out in about 2020, and let me actually check. When did Hero Kids officially come out? Hero Kids officially. Let's the hottest RPG of all time in 2012, and the latest update was in December of 2022. This is a relatively older version, so bear that in mind. Build 73 of version 1.1, but I don't think really anything has changed. But the basic concept of the Hero Kids lore. From their earliest years, the kids of Rivenshaw are trained to survive in the wild and dangerous world. While the warriors and sword maidens of their clan are away from the Brecon Vale, protecting it from distant threats, it's up to the kids to deal with any emergencies that arise in the Vale. Each of the kids specialize in different areas, training and practicing so that they're prepared for regular calamities that plague the inhabitants of the town. Whether they're exploring the foreboding, darkened world woods, rescuing lost miners from abandoned mines of Martech, saving their friends from a lair of giant rats, or exploring a Minotaur's maze, the kids of Rivenshaw are always ready for action and always ready to volunteer to help a friend who's in trouble. So, in this tabletop role-playing game, because in this tabletop role-playing game, yes you, play children who have been effectively conscripted to fight the good fight because all the adults are dead or gone. Ta-da! Yes. Okay, little Timmy. Get in there, little Timmy. In this tabletop role-playing game, child endangerment. Hey, I'll have you know, the kid's log for the battlefield. So, it contains everything you need to play a fun and interesting game with your kids. Heroes, monsters, rules, adventure ideas. Honestly, I don't know what else you need in a tabletop role-playing game. We've got heroes, we've got monsters, we have rules, no less, and adventure ideas. It does have an introductory adventure. Further adventures and expansions are available, probably from wherever you got this core game. Now, just because I find it amusing to muse about, we're gonna go here and we're just gonna do a quick. Let's just do a quick run through, okay? Let's just look at the expansions. I mean, there can't be that many expansions, right? Well, we've got we have the Gazetteer for $10. We've got the advancement cards. We got the Monster Compendium. We have the Fantasy Adventure Compendium. We've got the Space Adventure, Secret of the Crystal Cave, because there's a space version of this game. Hero Card Set 2, Trouble at the Threshold, Tyranny's Shadow. Equipment cards, very important. Creators Guild with the French version of the game. Hero Cards 2, Hero Cards 3, Hero Cards 4, Hero Cards 5, Hero Cards 6, 7. Pet Cards 2, Compatibility License, very important to get that. We have 1 adventure, 2 adventure, 3 adventure, more adventure, 4 adventure, many, many miners. We love doing these things. And all of these are $3 a pop, by the way. $2, $3 a pop. Oh, look! Adamantine Cellar, Adamantine Cellar, Adamantine Cellar, Adamantine Cellar. This one's a premium adventure for $6. This is as much as the basic game. Hello, phone. We even have a coloring book, everyone. My mom's sad she had to get her cane today. Just to give you the raw idea of how the Hero Kids pipeline works, otherwise known as we print money and hope for the best. Hey man, we weren't conscripted, we were deputized. I love kids, Charlie, I love kids! No, don't say that. I'm gonna get a helm. Sorry, everybody. Wait, no, I can't say that. But hey, wait, that's fine to say that. It's fine to say that. The kids desire the sword, yes. Now, role-playing games are a unique and fun way of teaching kids a large number of skills, such as counting, math, probabilities, teamwork, problem-solving, imagination, acting, and history. I don't know about you guys, but counting, math, and probabilities do sound vaguely similar to one another. But hey, what do I know? Start with counting. As they grow up, they can work their way through more complicated skills that RPGs develop. Because that's actually a thing they do talk about in the game. Is, hey, if you're playing with really little kids, like, don't ignore half the rules. Because they're not going to understand them. Just like, how can they count to 5? I'm like, yes, cool, they've done it. That's all they need to know. But these are our pint-sized heroes. Isn't your average role-playing game. In fact, it's about 2 feet shorter than average. Set in the world where grown-ups are constantly getting themselves into trouble, and there are kids are the one to sort it out. Now, one of the big things about Hero Kids, and you kind of have to remember, is that most everything is broken down into these like character cards. Let's take our quintessential warrior here. Look at this little pint-sized bastard. I mean, child. You say the these prices are bad, but Death Watch medium is still $30. Yeah. Is there a HEMA supplement? If we're not teaching them moving in full play was really like, then there's no purpose. Hey, little... See, all I'm saying is Song of Swords Children's Edition. But, this is what a basic character card is going to look like. All those, like, oh, Hero Cards 1, Hero Cards 2, Hero Cards 3, this is what you're buying. And what you do is you effectively print these out, you hand them to your munchkin, and that's it. They even have the little character stands that you are going to cut out, print or whatever, and then, like, set up as a little stand. Every single one of them, there's quite a bit. Now, most of the characters are pretty much the exact same, except it's like the boy one has food and is a tracker, while the girl warrior has rope and she can talk. I don't know about that one there, Chief. The hunter girl uses her hair. That's what this girl does. She uses her hair and she has money and is smart. However, we also have a guy with just a bow here who has rope. Like, that's kind of effectively how this works. Now, some of them, they don't have secondary ones. Like, there's no female brute, or there's no, I don't really know what the fuck to call you. Or there's no technical, like, male healer or female knight. You have to buy those ones. Sorry, Chief. Easy as, but you can make your own character. Now, I needed to bring in only the most competent person for this adventure. Only one person. My house got archery and I'm sad I never got to smack anyone with a mace. I think going historical fencing. I think I'm having an advantage considering my heart and arms. Like, well, funny you mentioned that, Manly. Because you're in fact going into this, I think this was the most appropriate way to make a character, in my opinion. I don't know about you guys, but I think this was pretty accurate. Doors down B special. He wields a gun. Are they? But yes, this is Manly the Tiger Ball. As you see, his normal attack is just an actual Makarov. He can split his range die between multiple targets, up to 6 squares away. Otherwise known as he just pops a bitch. But he does have the sneaky attack, when he gains an extra dice to attack a target that's allies attacked since your last turn. Yeah, we'll get into that in a bit. So, let's get into it. So, this is the Brecon Vale. This is the actual map of the setting, effectively. You may be wondering, well, that doesn't seem like a lot. Buy the book. Just buy the fucking, if you want more, no, bad, I keep saying, buy the book. Keep being naughty about things. Actual mackerel. All I'm saying is that halfling was Polish. That's all I gotta say. But generally speaking, This is the setting. If you want to actually get more about the lore, you're going to have to buy the Gazetteer. But hey. So these are the materials you need to actually play the game. You need heroes, monsters, adventures, a very important adventure, and a couple, and maybe some maps, grid maps. Because you'll find you need a GM, you need a player, you need printers, you need some dice. Only D6s though. And watch out for little fingers. Awesome stuff, more maps, more dice, more candy. Now, it's funny here because apart from the included maps, you can use your own dungeon tiles from recent D&D adventures, or a large flip map from the Pathfinder beginning box. Or for more adventurous, you could even use Duplo blocks or Lego Heroica sets. They know. God bless 2012. Now, go raid kids. Now, one of the big things is that you don't actually have that much health, so it's like, yeah, use candy to do it. All right, cool. I like it. I wonder, does this actually bring through? No, this is the main site. God, 2012 was so long ago. Now, this is the weirdest part about this game because you might think, oh, it's about exploring, it's about all that. No, you are incorrect. The simplest way to play the game is actually just a single encounter skirmish. Handful of heroes tackle a group of monsters in pure tactical challenge. Are quick battles against minions or are more challenging battles against tougher monsters that require good teamwork, strategy, and resource management? Yeah, that's a fairly important factor of the game, including delving, short combat-oriented adventures that string together a handful of encounters as quick adventure. Where you have the hook, introductory encounter, a middle encounter, and a boss encounter. That's it. Then, after you've kind of done that, you can then start adding in the exploration mechanics. And the final ingredient, of course, you can add in role-playing. Yeah, just the kind of... This game is actually 4th edition, fun fact. That's something you have to realize. It's a really weird version of 4th edition. Because everything you're doing, the main thing you'll roll in Hero Dice is combat. When you combat, there are 3 types of things you're going to be doing. Melee, range, magic, and you're rolling your armor. Anytime I'm going up against you, you're going up against me, we're going to be rolling either our attack die or your defense die. So, this is Manly, for example. Manly is going up against an enemy, and he has his gun. The enemy has 1 defense die. Manly's going to take his 2d6 on his range and roll. You are going to use your defense die and roll, and you got a 4. Manly got a 5 and a 2. He has hit. He goes bang, and he shoots you. Just right in the fucking jaw. It's a war game for kids. It's effectively a war game for kids. Probably play normal 6-year-olds like Hail Caesar, Saga. Oh, people are pinging me. Why are people pinging me? So, when attacking, the attacker rolls dice pool, chosen attack, pair the highest dice, and the highest roll wins. Easy peasy. It is entirely possible to have none in something. For example, Manly has no melee capability. He has no magic capability either. So he can't use his sword to hit someone. He can't use a fireball to hit someone either. But you can also have 0 defense in a situation. If someone has 0 defense, they're just going to take damage regardless. It doesn't matter. As you can kind of see here, attackers do win. Attackers win splits. So, and it's like, oh, like, if the attacker rolls a 6, you roll a 6, technically the attacker is always going to have priority in that front, which is like, oh, ow, that kind of hurts. And this does actually mean that even having a single die in anything does enable you to actually succeed. If they could roll 3 dice, but all roll 1s, and you roll a 2, you've succeeded, even if you have 1 die. Yeah, everything is on this hero card. Melee, range, magic, armor, your health boxes, what's your normal attack, what's your special attack, what's your bonus ability, inventory, and your skills. Excuse me, wow. Now, that's really it. Now, most of the hero kids actually can only take 3 damage. I say 3 damage, but it's a little effectively that. Anytime you take your first damage, you're going to mark off your bruised. Then you're going to be hurt. Then you're going to be knocked out. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. Some enemies only have 1 box, some enemies have 2, some enemies like boss monsters actually have 4. If you're noticing something, the answer is yes. For technicality, if I shoot someone with my actual Makarov and roll double 6s against and they have no armor or whatever, I'm still just going to do 1 damage. Just as much as if somebody else is rolling a bunch of dice and they roll, 1 success, they're still going to do 1 damage against me. It's pretty simple. I can teach you the entirety of Hero Kids in about 5 minutes. But we also have to assume another very important thing. This is a game for 5-year-olds. Who needs to punch your cat's magic when you have an actual Makarov? I initially thought about making you a Big Punch McMahon. I was very tempted, manly. But then I realized something. I realized that every single other character is a Punch McMahon, and I wanted to make a decisive note about something, which is odd. But yeah, pretty much your 3 normal attacks are a melee attack that deals 1 damage, a ranged attack that does 1 damage, and a magic attack that does 1 damage. Not very complicated, and not a very, detailed game. Range attacks actually do have 6 squares, magic attacks are 4, while melee has to be adjacent. So there is actually a little bit of thinking when it comes into it. Where it's like, oh hey, the ranger needs to be in the back, the magician needs to be in the middle, and oh wow, the fighter needs to be up front. Okay. Now, they talk about special actions and bonus abilities and things like that. That's just something you can do. So, for example, our hero kid, right here, our manly, he has the special action of arrow split shot. You split your range dice to attack multiple targets. So, dealing how I have 2 dice, and there's 2 enemies I want to shoot, I can say, cool, I'm going to do that. I'm going to roll 1 die for 1. He's going to roll. I've hit him. I'm going to aim at the other guy. And I missed. Good job. None of them are very complicated. This does lead to probably one of the most refined versions of how to do an inventory ever, which I'm actually interested in. This is all of the things in your inventory, and most kids have 1. They have 2 health pots and 1 item. So it's like you have a rope, you have food, you have gold, you have herbs. What's your skills? You're smart, sneaky, can track, or talking. That's it. That's everything. I'm assuming in some of the expansions they give you more items or they give you more skills. But if you notice, you don't actually have anything regarding oh, you have a +1 sword. You have a, attack ability. No, none of that shit. You don't have to worry about any of that, Munchkins. Guns are okay, so it's cool. But yeah, this is the extent of health. Bosses have 4, tough have 3, normal have 2, weak have 1. Which it is interesting because it's like, oh hey, yeah, everything you do is going to do 1 damage. So you technically need to hit a boss monster 4 times, but you can only get hit 3 times as well. So it's like, oh, I've never seen rocket tag as brutal as this in some capacity, which I find interesting. Because, like, yeah, every single action you do must now be measured against the idea of placing yourself in danger. Because you can take 3 hits, but you can only do 1 hit at a time. Like, it becomes a slugfest. Yeah, once successful, certain cases damage can be increased or negated. Special action or bonus ability. Each time a hero monster takes damage, it marks off 1 in a health box. Special abilities. Oh no. When you mark on the final box KO, the character is knocked out of the fight. Yeah, technically you have to heal by an ally or their allies win the encounter. Chance to rest and remove some damage. I don't know why this spoke to me on an emotional level. I really don't. I just saw this, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get you, kid. I get you. Most healing, really only the healer class has the healing ability. Ta-da! Special action, which means character can either heal someone or attack. Outside of combat, magic healer returns all allies to full health. Generally speaking, just use and have a healer. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Little Timmy is going to learn how to be a healer. I came back from a long ass trip. Well, welcome to Hero Kids. Say hello to Manly and his actual Makarov. But yeah, everyone gets 2 potions. You can regulate the amount of healing that heroes here have available to them. It's, hey, every single hero pretty much has the ability to heal themselves twice or heal an ally twice, which is like, yeah, if you have 3 heroes, that effectively means you have 6 HP. Unless you have a healer, then you'll have 6 chances to heal the healer. It's great. Resting. You take a short rest. Cool. When heroes rest, they remove 1 damage. Easy. That is the entirety of the game, really. I have summarized the entire thing for you. It's incredibly simple. And it's really fascinating, too. Like, not like fascinating as in like, wow, this is really amazing. Like, it's 4E. It's like the most refined version of it. But yeah, grid map. This entire game is actually, you're fighting on a grid. There's some unique elements, such as furniture or obstacles. You're going to be making maybe ability tests, which ability tests are very different. And it's in the section lists the number and types of monsters in an encounter based on how many heroes there are. So it's like, if there are multiple heroes, you're actually expected to have maybe more monsters. Maybe you're expected to have more enemies. They do a lot about encounter design, because like giant rats go down in a single hit. Even like bats here go down in a single hit. And like, oh, cool. What are their tactics? What's the conclusion? What's the idea here? Every single thing, you want to roll initiative? I'm gonna bash my mic. You roll a d6. And decide with the highest roll wins, and that's it. It's a raw d6. It's either the heroes go or the enemies go. Everyone goes back and forth. Bump, 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 bump. Yep, the 3 actions. Movement, you can move 4 squares, including diagonally. Yes, this is diagonal Kino hours. Poor kid and friend group being bullied into playing a healer had to use the fem character sheet. Pour one out to Johnny. Yeah, like, there's gonna be one kid playing this who's gonna learn real early on, being like, kid, there's a time for heroes and there's a time for healers. Unfortunately, you're the guy going to be healing the hero. Like, sorry, Johnny. This ain't how this works. Add 1 dice that targets armored dice. Well, they sometimes put like little rules in here. Like, oh, there's a little object. Add 1. Cool, if they have cover. Cool. Knocked out. Hopefully this is the monsters. Rewards. Cool. Here's some money. Here's some potions. Here's some recovery. Now, interesting note. Like, this is like the advanced version. If you want to actually use an ability test, you start integrating exploration. It's, hey, I want to put in the ability for me to climb a wall or something. Cool. You roll 1 die plus the dice pool from one of the hero's characteristics, 1 die that have a relevant skill. So, to give you an idea, if Manly wants to climb a tree somehow, what he's going to be rolling is he's going to take his 1 die, his 1 base die, and then he's going to be adding 2 because of his range. He's going to roll, and he can roll dog shit and fail miserably because he rolled all 1s. Good job, Manly. May have an obvious solution. Cool. Encourage including that. Utilize other characteristics or clever use of inventory items or skills. That's literally how the inventory and skills work. They have no purpose on the base way to play the game. It's like, if you have the things, you can do it. Cool. You need to overcome puzzles. Most of the time, you just need to beat whatever the target number. So, let's say it's going to be normal. He's going to roll his dice and roll somehow worse. Manly, why do you keep failing miserably to roll above a 5? You are pain. You are pain. Life is pain. And you're going to be adding one of your things for your skill if you have it. If you have the right inventory, cool. You have the right skill, cool. Easy enough to understand. Base die, characteristic, inventory, or skill. That's it. That's live. No. Does the word after the semicolon does anything? No, it doesn't do anything at all. It's just a funny descriptor. Yep, it's like, yep, you hear some hey, let's learn about exploration. Here are some choices to make. Here are some secrets. Here are how to, put in gates. Here's how to put in puzzles. Here's how to make in hazards or traps. This is, they say, oh, you can make your own skill. You can't really. Don't think like this in this version anyway. They do the way of the 4 dice allocation method, or the 4 dice moves. So what you're effectively allowed to do is you have to, put in 4 dice into these categories. But magic and range cost 2 dice right off the bat to get your first 1. So technically, if you want to play Smash Make Huge, man with who is huge, you go 3 attack, 1 defense. You want to play Nightman McKnight, you do 3 defense, 1 sword. You want to play anything else, you're going to start looking like this. You can't really play a magic ranger in the base version of the game. That isn't happening. Sorry, Manly, you cannot use the magic of gun. So it's like, oh, alright. You have your very basic normal attacks, which you're allowed to write literally anything into, and your special action. Alternate action that reflects the hero's specialization. Now, the thing is, if I wanted to be really, specific, nothing is really preventing me from just writing in something else. I could have written in here, hey, since he has an actual Makarov, he could just be like, yeah, hello, he just has the gun, where he just rolls 1 less dice, but if he hits, he does 2 damage. Congratulations, child Manly, innocent as he can be, with his actual Makarov handgun. Yeah, I don't think people quite understand that children are little psychopaths sometimes. Yeah, children can be little psychopaths. Because they just don't understand right or wrong. They don't understand that it's a little bit weird what they're saying. Inventory and skills. Kind of select whatever you feel like. Learn how to do that. As with violence, make sure the language you're using is appropriate for the ages of your player. Make sure that violence is, good. You know, for example, when playing with younger character players, have defeated enemies scamper away at the end of combat. Yeah, they don't. It's one of those funny things where it's like, oh, hey, you know, when you are, what you're doing with like violence, because that's what the entire game is built around, is violence, is getting into fights. So it's like, you don't want to describe, the goblin's head coming off when you hit it with a sword. No, you want to be like, you bonk him on the head and he starts crying. Again, it's the hardcore combat of Golden Sky stories. Now, yeah, moral great, like, just be heroes. Here are some hints and tips. Add or remove monsters, bend the rules. Don't be afraid to skip encounters. Players are little, play nice and don't be too hard on them. You might be playing 3 to 4 hours with adult players, but keep kids sessions shorter, up to an hour. Yeah, because they say this is going to be played in an hour, maybe. They kind of do some like very basic stuff here, like this is how you do things. Now, these are the basic heroes. You have Warrior Boy, you have Warrior Girl, who are effectively the same, except someone's bringing food to the fight, while someone's bringing a rope. You have Hunter Girl, who has hair. You have Hunter Boy, who has a bow. You have Child, who has sold his life to demonic forces beyond our imagination. Demonic Rune Girl. We don't talk about her at all. Don't worry about it. These are completely different, by the way. I don't know why they're like separate. It's kind of funny in that way. You have the Brute. What does the Brute do? Brute hits people. Big chunky lad. What does the Rogue do? Be not really good at anything, but he is playing Dark Souls because he can combat roll. What does the Healer do? Sorry. That's your life now. This kid's wearing pots and pans. He's not qualified to be out here. Like, you're the last person who should be out here. No, good and bad, quite good. Yeah, they can kill. Not because they're dark and evil, it's because they don't quite understand death. I'm not a demon. Yeah, so here are the basic characters. Now, here are some of the monsters, like Giant Rat. Okay. Bat, very scary. Giant Snake. Giant Scorpion. Pirate. Bonus ability, you have... yeah, if you just hurt the pirate, he doesn't want to fight you anymore. Pirate Archer. He's a pirate who is an archer. Skeleton Swordsman. Skeleton Swordsman. Skeleton Archer. And that's literally everything in the in this version of the game. But Hero Kids, this is the adamantine selling 5,000... Although fires the skeletons can get scared. Well, I think it's a little bit different when it comes to rattling, if you think about it. It's funny if you think... It's like, oh, the pirate's rattled. It's like, yes, and you rattled the skeleton. You know, Johnny the Warlock sold someone to literally say, well, Jessica took a trip to the magical island and got left magic powers with fear of old men. We don't talk about why. No, McDrew sold. No. Bad. Yeah, Hero Kids is one of those interesting, like, things where you look at it, you're like, yep, nope, this is a game for children. It's literally just a little tactics game where you're like moving around on it, meant for about an hour, where you go fight a big thing and you beat the crap out of it. It's like, yep, that's it. That's that. Don't want anything else. You want any more? No. You don't get that. You want more things? No. Do you want something more out of Hero Kids? I don't think you can get anything more out of Hero Kids, really. Is there something for... Yeah, I'm going to try to look at this from two different angles. If we look at this from the angle of, you are 5. Congratulations, you're 5 years old. You know, Dad has brought out the book. He's set up the map. He's like, all right, you want to kill some skeletons? Hell yeah. No. It's like, hey, it's like, cool. Like, this is, like, all right, I could see this maybe being fun for a bit. But then you look at it a little bit like, yeah, as anyone older being like, by the time I'm like, probably 10, or even this is like 4 to 10. If you're getting a little bit older, you probably are either like, if you're into this already, you're probably not going to want to be wanting to do any of that. You're probably going to be wanting to go with something like a very simplified version of like 4E, or even using something like 5E, for example. You know, you want to graduate up a little bit. Like, this is a little bit too simple for anyone really older, but for like little kids, it has its value. So that's Hero Kids, the adamantine superseller that makes like probably at least has made at least $20,000 on TTRPG, and is one of the most popular one of the most best-selling games in our field. And that's Manly with an actual gun. So, what is the next game we should be going over? Let's see. Let's see. We can go to Oz. We can be fluffy. We can learn about the finer points of life. Since we're in the field, now, mind you, I'm lowballing it. That's just for one book. I'm lowballing the main book that he's getting like $4 out of it instead of the 6 he's charging for. That's just PDF. He's made way more than 20 grand. I can tell you that much on just the main book alone. Let's think. All right, I'll ask again. Do we want to go to Islandia? Do we want to go to the forest? Or do we want to go to Oz? Your guys' choice, all 12 of you watching. What are we feeling? What? Oz. We're going to Oz, it seems. Welcome to Adventures in Oz! Yes, fantasy role-playing beyond the yellow brick road. And some of you already, we're gonna have to address the elephant in the room. Some of you may be looking at this and being like, what are you on about? What the hell? What in the hell? What the hell is going on? Well, here's the secret about this game. Adventures of Oz is not technically about the Wizard of Oz. Because there's a kind of a thing we gotta talk about here, which some people may not know. It's about the Oz book saga. So if we go to Oz, you know, not at Ozempic. No, I don't want Ozempic. No, Oz books. This is actually about the Oz book series. All of them. There's actually quite a few books here. You have The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, The Marvelous Land of Oz, Ozma of Oz, Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, The Road to Oz, and Emerald City of Oz, Patchwork Girl of Oz, TikTok of Oz, The Scarecrow of Oz, Rinkatink of Oz, The Lost Princess of Oz, The Tin Woodsman of Oz, The Magic of Oz, Glinda of Oz, The Royal Book of Oz, and all the other shit. There's actually quite a few different books, but a lot of people know Oz from the MGM movie. A lot of things know it. You've probably at least heard of or seen the original MGM 1939 movie. And to a lot of people, when you say The Wizard of Oz, this is the first thing they think about. They think Dorothy, Toto, Woodsman, the Cowardly Lion, and the Tin Man, all gathering up together to go on a magic adventure to the Emerald City along the Yellow Brick Road. We're not going to talk about all the other random things that happened on set that were not very good, including the asbestos and the fact that she's just a, like, oh god. Shut the fuck up, Guardian. Child friendly, child friendly. But yeah, a lot of people know it by this, but there's actually the Oz book series, which is a lot more extensive and actually details a lot more of the world of Oz, including TikTok. TikTok was actually the very first robot in written literature. The very first robot, it is debated to be TikTok. Yeah, that thing. God love him. We have the Glinda of Oz. We have a lot of different things, and there's actually quite a few differences between the two series. But as you can kind of see, there are 14 books in total. I'm gonna see if I can't find like try to give the best. Let me see if I can't find, like, not Oz World. Okay, no, Wizard of Oz map. Maybe we can find a map of it. Okay. So this is Wizard of Oz. This is the actual map of Oz, the land of Oz. Now, there's a secret with the land of Oz, and I'm going to try and do my best to explain some of the lore behind it. Now, in Oz, a long time ago, there were a bunch of fairies who came around and pretty much made everybody in the land of Oz. That's my name. Made everybody in the land of Oz effectively fairies. This led to Winkle County, Quadling County, Munchkin County, and I can't believe Gillikin County. We go here. I mean, this is my Gillikin County, as well as everything else. Now, there was a problem. At one point, there were 4 witches. Those 4 witches were like, damn, we want to become super powerful. So they took over Oz and split it up into 4 cardinal directions. Over time, you have the southern witch and the northern, the good witch of the north, the good witch of the south, which is Glinda, and then you have the wicked witch of the west and the wicked witch of the east. Dorothy shows up as she effectively blows in and fucking kills the Wicked Witch of the East, which is the Wicked Witch of the West's sister. She wants to go home. She goes to the Emerald City. Oh no, there's a guy from Omaha there. And the man from Omaha pretty much tells her, and then she goes on a one-way crusade with her friends to murder the other witch. There's a lot of storyline to the original book series. There's actually a lot of deeper lore when it comes to these things. It's greatest read on literature, you say? Yeah, written. Fun fact, Oz canonically exists in back states. Yeah, of course, Scarecrow, Tin Man as Abnose, and you fight the whole gang, including Ozma from the book. And yeah, because Ozma is literally a princess, like fairy princess. One of the big things about Oz, though, is that there was actually quite a bit of lore between everything. All the wars, all the fighting, and the Emerald City at the heart of everything. And Dorothy is, of course, right in the heart of everything, because Dorothy does her best to keep everything alive. Now, the main one is by L. Frank Baum. This is the original guy, born in 1956, died in 1919. He's the royal historian of Oz. This is the thing you gotta remember. He literally wrote this as the royal historian, and the entire premise of the original book series was he's recounting the stories of Oz. Hence why you have people like Ozma. This is Ozma. She's the Queen of Oz, because they switch back and forth between her and the other one. Everybody technically listens to her because Ozma is the most powerful. And everyone's a fairy. That's one thing you kind of got to remember is every single character in Oz is a fairy, and no one can die. No one dies in Oz. No one gets older in Oz, which does lead eventually to Dorothy here. Dorothy actually moving to Oz with her uncle and aunt, as well as a couple other characters throughout time, including the Wizard of Oz himself from Omaha, because he actually gets reformed and learns real magic. And in case you were like, oh, those are spoiler warnings, go to hell. This book is older than the majority of things here. But yeah, just to kind of give you the idea, there's a lot of Oz. I did my best to try to like do things. Like, it's really difficult to summarize the entirety of Oz because you get things like General Ginger. This is General Ginger. She literally leads a army of women and takes over Oz in a military coup d'etat. We don't talk about the legitimate military coup d'etat that happened. Yeah, that's what she does. She wins for a while, and then a bunch of mice get there, and then they defeat her, and then she goes to live with a painter out in, like, the fucking woods. It's like, oh. Okay. Or technically how you get the, let me bring the woodsman. Or you end up with the woodsman a lot of the time. Let me see if I can find, let me see if I can find the really good piece of artwork. Yeah, the Tin Woodsman here. This man goes gamer mode 90% of the book. Anytime there's a threat, the Tin Woodsman just leaps into action with a goddamn battle axe and is just like, oh, there's some evil here. I'm gonna go chippity chop, like, and I'm gonna rip your limbs off. I'm like, hot diggity damn. He actually becomes emperor. Like, that's one thing. He becomes a literal emperor at one point. Yeah, no, he becomes an emperor. The Scarecrow becomes a king. The Cowardly Lion becomes king of nature, because that's how that works. Yeah, we don't... Yeah, there's quite a bit of Oz lore. Fun fact, yeah, technically. Everyone at Land of Oz is the Green Knight. Why does no one die make the setting 5 times more horrifying? My superiority Ginger sounds based in a red film. I should go watch The Green Knight. It is a very good movie. Woodsman is a creation of the demiurge trying to get closer to the true god, so he needs the heart. Yeah, because here's the thing. You gotta remember about the Woodsman. The Woodsman was actually he fell in love with a Munchkin girl. Ooh, Pony OC. I'll have you know it's my Pony Sona as drawn by Scribble. So effectively, he fell in love with a Munchkin girl. This is the story of the Woodsman. He fell in love with a Munchkin girl, and he's like, man, I love this Munchkin girl. I love her so much. But he gets cursed, because they don't like it when he is in love. And his curse is that every time he swings his axe, he lops off one of his limbs. To the point where he has lopped off every limb he has. But luckily, a nice man comes by, and one of the tin workers are like, hey, I'm going to help you out here a little bit because I care about you. So he literally outfits the Tin Man with tin to make sure that he's alive. So the actual story of the Tin Men in the original book is, hey, I want to find my true love again, because I love this Munchkin girl, and hopefully she loves me. He does end up with the Munchkin. The ship of Theseus meets body horror for kids. Yeah, we don't think about it too hard. That's one thing you gotta always remember. You never think about any of these things that hard. Yeah, Scarecrow. Scarecrow literally becomes Emperor of the Emerald City for a while until until the true queen arrives. Ozma reappears. Oh, gee. Yeah, so this is Adventures in Oz. So, who actually wrote this game as we just talk about Oz? This is written by F. Douglas Wall. This is going to be one of those ones where we get to talk about, I have no idea who this guy is. F. Douglas Wall Publishing, if you go to his publisher site, it goes nowhere. He has exactly 3 things. He's got Adventures in Oz, the character pack, which is free right now, and the magic bag for the Adventures in Oz. You want to do some, like, fun characters? Cool. You want to do your own Oz creations? Cool. Yeah, that's really it. He doesn't really have anything else. So I did a little F. Douglas Wall, and was like, okay, maybe there's more. Really not. This is his, this is his blog where he talks about things. But the thing is, he's still going. He is still, he's still doing things. He still talks about, playing games, having fun. I haven't really seen anything else when he's been talking about, like, okay, I want to do some more Oz stuff. I haven't really seen anything. He has kind of stated that he wants to do, he wants to do thing more. But yeah, he says, like, oh, as resource allowed, I would like to release settings, supplement detailing lands that Bob wrote that were not within the borders of Oz. Yeah, like, this is literally it. Like, he just kind of like, yeah, this is a thing that I do. Has he written anything else? Nothing I could find. Absolutely nothing. But with this, to be honest, always kills me anytime you realize how something is an adaptation to how fucked up it is from the original. Because of course writers are fucked up 90%, 99% of the time. Like, here's the weird thing. Like, the original book, it's funny because, like, I could clearly understand of, like, why they didn't adapt the original book. Because the thing with it, and that's kind of interesting, is the original book is a lot more, I wouldn't say insensitive, but a lot more adventure. It's more like, oh, Dorothy, we need to go over here, because Oz is very real in the books. Like, Oz is a real place, because that's how he kind of, like, set things up. I don't think they knew if they were going to be doing the other books in the 30s when they actually made the movie. I don't think they knew. So they're like, oh, okay, we're just going to change the actual basic storyline to make it make more sense. Because if you actually look at the original movie, it actually makes a lot of sense. They introduce every single character. Every single character that's in Oz, they introduced during the section in Kansas. And everyone's motivations are a little bit different. It's different, but it's like, oh, okay. But Oz gets a lot bigger. Like, Oz gets a lot more extensive. A lot more extensive. But yeah, technically this came out in 2009. Yes, this is a pretty old game, all things considering. And it is not exactly what we'd like to call a long book. It's only 77 pages. But what is a role-playing game? That's what it is. How do you win? You don't. Very easy. So, the history of Oz. Now, they literally go over the entire history of Oz. You want to learn anything about Oz? This is going to be it. You can technically start right before the Wizard of Oz itself. You can technically start at a later period. They say, do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you. And life in Oz. We use money to buy things with. Instead of love and kindness and desire and please one another, then we should be no better than the rest of the world, declared the Tin Woodsman. Fortunately, money is not known in the land of Oz at all. We have no rich and no poor. For what one wishes, all others all try to give him. In order to make him happy, and no one in all Oz cares to have more than he can use. Because there's no money. Live forever has changed very little about life. Literally, everybody is just immortal and happy. Life's just fine. You know, a few chores has been a benefit for protecting travelers from danger to prowl the night. Oh no. They do say people do want to go out and do things. For example, the China people are well suited for life behind their porcelain walls, but not much else. Hey, you want to go to the Emerald City? There's Gillikin Country, Munchkin Country. Oh boy. The Quadling Country, ruled by Glinda the Good. You know, Bunny Birdie, Winky County. Yeah, look. Here's the Winky color. Yuck. Yeah, various rules of the game, creating your character. Now, we're gonna need someone I think is the most fantastical of all of my my compatriots. That's we're bringing in Manlidity. Yeah, we're bringing in Manlidity. As you can see, he is technically a humbug wizard. He's doing his best. Wogglebug. Yeah, let's see. Oz is one of those things like deep. He posted it a long time ago. I just found it. I literally had to search for it. Who's Manlidity? Manlidity is a Ramboy in one of the other servers I'm in. He's a good guy. Very odd, but I can respect him for it. You wouldn't get it. Yeah, he is our Ramboy. As you can kind of see here. Yeah, as you can see, the Lord of Slowfeg, a wandering wizard and furball. And here's our basic skills. You know, we're humbug. We have a little bit of humbug magic. We're a craftsman. And of course, we have our best friends, the Cantankerous Pro, as you can see, the Vile Chippy, the Weasley Jabibi, and the actual fucking Tiger Manly Salmon. The actual fucking tiger. Mystic magic jargon and other nonsense. That's what he's good at. Now, we have to imagine our character. They want you to choose a template. This is a fairly important thing for them. Like, you're going to choose a template here. I chose not to make a template, and I'm like 80% sure I did the character correct, because they clearly don't want you to do that. And then you're allowed to customize your customize a little bit. 2 points to one template basic skill and 1 point to 2 other basic skills. And then you have a specialty. Cool. Fill in your friends and Oz points. The most important thing you're going to be doing in this game is making friends. The more people you help, the more people who kind of help you along, the more Oz points you're going to get. The more Oz points you get, the more friends you're going to get. And it's kind of a cycle. You want to have as many friends as possible. Notepad, why you choose a pony for this stream? Because we're going over Tales of Equestria later on, of course, and I want to be as child fucking friendly as possible. I mean, child friendly as possible. We're all friendly here. Yay, kids. So our basic character traits, size actually plays a part in this. Have no Mr. Yoop his cave, the largest untamed giant in captivity. He's 21 feet, and yet he has but 2 feet. 1,640 pounds, but he weighs all the time. 400 years and up. Stranger approaching this cave, do so at their own peril. Do not feed the giant yourself, the Patchwork Girl of Oz. This trait measures how big your character is. Technically, Manletity is child size. I did specifically make him fairly small. Technically, Dorothy, the winged monkeys, are all child size. Or you can be man-sized, or large, or just giant. Yeah, technically, tiny. Toto is tiny. And yes, in case you're wondering, you can play Toto and be a complete nightmare creature. These are your basic skills: athletics, awareness, brain, sneaking, presence, and wits. Wits is incredibly important, by the way. Just remember that. Now, your traits are things that allow you to use your basic skills in different ways. If you're trying to do something without a trait, you're taking a penalty to it. Now, for example, I am a craftsman, for presents that require fine work and attention to detail, while I also chose humbug magic, because the entire idea is Manletity is not an actual wizard, he just pretends he is. Hence why he's got good presence, he's got good wits, he's pretty smart, he's good awareness, he's not very strong or very sneaky. He does legitimately think he is a wizard, and nobody else is. But he wants to learn he wants to learn magic. But you can be a musician, you can be a poet. Now, these special traits... special traits actually give you some pretty, nifty additions and problems. No, ethical, no. Bad ethical. So, God damn, every time I look at this image, it just gets sillier. Pretty much all of these are going to be fairly important aspects of your characters. Like, hey, you're made of something that isn't flesh and bone. You have a deadly weapon. You can fly. You just don't have arms. Or you have various weaknesses. Or you have various problems that go on. It's like, oh no. Now, the more friends you get, the more Oz points you get, and Oz points are pretty good. You want to get as many Oz points as possible. That means getting as many friends as possible. You don't really have any... you don't have any items. That's like a big thing. You don't carry with them many items except what you have. Hence why Manletity doesn't actually have any, gear on him. But if he'd be like, yeah, because he's got humbug magic and he's a craftsman, he might have some tools on him. Because he has humbug magic and he's a craftsman. Cool. This is what Dorothy Gale looks like. Her best friend is, of course, Ozma. These are her basic skills. She's not very strong. She's not very smart, relatively speaking. She's not very good at sneaking, but she's got good presence and she's got good wits about her. A much more complicated build. Easiest part to start with a crafted person template. Various ways. This creates a rather adventurous version to it, and if I want to create a more royal character, is Emperor of the Winkies. Remaining skill points placed in presence, raising it to 3, giving a person presence a specialty of kindness instead of an act specialty. So these are our basic templates. So you can be a child of Oz, such as Dorothy, Tip, or Ojo. Ojo being the tiny little bastard on the cover. Yeah, children's game. Character point autism. Why? I don't... Yeah, because this is made for all ages, you could say. We've got the crafted people, because the Scarecrow does get with his girlfriend, the patchwork girl, at the end, because that's how that works. Now, the thing is, you have very low skills as a crafted person. You don't really get that much, because you actually have to burn it off for traits. However, if you want to play a large tiger, such as the Cowardly Lion or Jim the Cab Horse, you can. Eat a wide variety of animal characters. Oh, hello, I am going to be a noble. Queen Anne Soreth, Prince Inga. You want to be a scholar, Professor Wogglebug, or the Frogman? Cool. Oh, you want to play a small animal? Yeah, go ahead. You can play a small animal. Now, small animals are actually quite terrifying because you can take a deadly weapon with these. You do have the ability to take a deadly weapon with them. And which you can just say, it's my teeth. Yeah, just take deadly weapon. Yeah, just throw yourself at a problem and rip it to shreds. Hello, I'm Toto, and I'm also I'm also a blender. As a soldier, as you can kind of see here, you know, like Ambi, the private files, various soldiers with deadly weapons. Specialties are key to differentiating the two types. Officers will have specialties such as running away for athletics, horrible creatures, and how to find them for brains, which especially like when everyone else is looking. Actual fighters take specialties such as fighting, detect ambush, or well drilled. And of course, we have the Wanderer, such with his namey, who is just the standard one, which is like Shaggy Man or Woot the Wanderer. Hello, this is Shaggy Man. This face also speaks to me at an emotional level, and always had. He's literally me. So how do we actually play? So, it's very easy to actually play the game. Actually, no, I should explain this a little bit more in detail. This is actually laid out fucking terribly. I'm going to tell you why it's laid out terribly. So, you get right here, up here, when he says customize template, you get 2 points to add to one template and then add 1 point to two basic skills. Effectively, what's going to happen is you're going to choose a template. You choose template, and then you effectively get 4 points. 4 points additionally. However, you have to spend those in bursts of 2 and 1 twice. Now, the thing is, those points actually can be used for other things. Because Manletity took Craftsman and Humbug magic, he got rid of these, and it just has the two ones. Hence why his stats aren't really super duper high. But he took some bonuses, that's the entire idea, and he is smaller. The way that this is kind of like laid out, it's a little bit weird, but I think talking about that here is fine. But how do we actually play the game? What this is, you're going to be making a skill roll. You're going to take 2d6s. Okay, easy enough to understand. Okay, make a skill roll. All right. If one of the dice comes up equal or lower than the skill, you're successful. So let's go to Manletity. Let's say, for example, Manletity here needs to needs to outsmart somebody. He's going to be rolling his brain. So he's going to roll 2d6, and he rolled a 6 and a 5 and failed miserably because he's Manletity. If I want to say, do some awareness, I want to find something out, I rolled a 2 and a 3, I have succeeded. I've spotted what I need to spot, I've seen what I need to see. Why is the text formatting? This is how this is just formatted. I have no idea why. It just is this way. I think it's supposed to be like a book, and he just did it in spreads. That makes the most amount of sense to me anyway. But yeah, that is effectively how you do it. If you have a rating of 3, you want to roll under it. You're always going to be rolling 2d6. Cool. If both of them are there, you got a critical. Cool, you did it. You did it really well. Now, if you have a specialty, you may re-roll one of the dice that just failed. So, for example, Manletity, he's trying to outwit some people using his presence a little. He's going to take his 2d6, he's going to roll. And, he scored a 2, but he does have mystic magic jargon and other such nonsense. So he's going to take that failed dice and re-roll, and he got a 3, so he succeeded. He got a critical success on it. That's the entire game. That's it. You might get some bonuses, you might get some penalties, but all of those always affect the skill rating. It always affects the 2 hit rather than any of the dice. You're not going to be really adding any more dice. You're not going to be losing dice. You're always going to be just increasing or decreasing your skill. And sometimes pretty easy. Now, you also get things like size. These are a bonus or penalty a vast majority of the time. And if you're being chased, let's say if you're a big person, chasing a smaller person, the smaller person's going to get a pretty hefty bonus. However, if you want to, I don't know, fight someone who is bigger than you, you're not going to have a good time. Yeah, once you've realized what's going on, the Tin Man readies his axe to strike down the Wildcat, but suffer -1 penalty to his athletic skill since the Wildcat is one size smaller than him. Yeah. Kind of size goes both ways, where hitting, bashing Manlettity's face in with an axe is going to be a little bit harder for normal-sized characters, but chasing him is also going to be going well. But if he ever is caught, he's not going to have a good time. That's why he rides his best friend, the Cantankerous Pro. Now, contests are pretty simple. You're just going to be rolling against one another effectively. Whoever scores pretty much the most successes are going to be victor. But let's say, for example, I roll a 1 and you roll a 3 that's successful. My 1 would beat you. Ooh. That's kind of the idea there. If you want to do really simple contests, the entire idea here is only one person will roll the dice against the other person, based off difficulty. So if someone is really qualified versus you, the person who's not doing good has to try to beat the person who's qualified. Now, what do Oz points do? Oz points! Hello, it's Oz points! Using the power of literal friendship, you're able to do things. Now, here's the, both the little girl and Strawman are an Oz point. Oh no. Who did hope to face the entire pack alone, our tin friend gains an Oz point for his bravery. Can be spent a number of ways. Simplest, you get +1 bonus to a skill. Easy. That's all you can do. You get a +1 bonus. Awesome. After the dice have been rolled, but before the narrator had described the result of the action. So technically it'd be like, man, I rolled shit, but I rolled double. But I can spend a bunch of Oz points to get me out of this situation. Oh no. However, you can also use them to call a friend. Hey, I need help. I need somebody here to give me a little bit of assistance. Hey, we're good friends with, Dr. Doofins or whatever. I almost said Doofenshmirtz. We're friends with Dr. Doofin, and because of that, I'm going to spend an Oz point to get some healing supplies. Hey, we were training with our good friend Private Pippers or something, and Private Pippers taught us how to do this, so I'm going to get a +1 to do an action. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I like it. It's easy. This game is not complicated in the slightest. Then we get into fights. Yes, the entire fight mechanic. Whoever starts the fight is going to go first. Everything is very chaotic and things are going horribly, horribly wrong. Generally speaking, whoever starts the fight goes first, and everything is either alphabetical by name, going around the table, or based on athletics or awareness. They don't really have rules for initiative. They just say, do whatever seems vaguely correct. They appear suddenly, surprising characters. Oh no, we need to make a surprise roll. Climb a tree to throw an apple at the attacker. So, Common actions a character can take in a fight. This is where things get a little bit weird. You can do a painful strike. Hey, I just want to punch you, kick you, poke with a knitting needle. Athletics, you're pretty much making an athletics check. And if you are able to, you can attempt to dodge. Oh no. The character wins the contest, they take wits damage, because everything is wits damage. Special success is stun and may not act on the next turn. You're not actually doing much until you do an injuring strike. It's very dangerous and difficult to achieve. The character must be wielding a sharp and dangerous weapon and attempt to attack. Rolls against their athletic skill with a -2 penalty, but if you have a deadly weapon, it eliminates this penalty. And the recipient of the attack can test roll with athletic skill to avoid it. Attack is not avoided, roll 1 6-sided die and apply the modifier. So, for every previous injury the defender has taken, the attack was a special success. For every size larger. So, loses the body part indicated by the table. This is not lethal to the people of Oz who cannot die, but it is very inconvenient. It also causes wits damage. Now, why wits damage is bad is kind of up here. It's every time you take wits damage, you actually are suffering penalty to your wit skill. Your wits is your health. If you take that much equal to your skill, you're out of the fight. You lose the will to fight. You want to run away. You sit down and cry. Doesn't matter what. But let's just roll the dice. Let's just roll a basic D6. Oh, I've rolled a 1. I get my right leg lopped off. That's just gone. So people in Oz follow orc logic to a degree. Pretty much everyone lives on the power of friendship, and if they're not on the power of friendship, they're on the power of everyone's just kind of vibing. That's 95% of people in Oz is vibing. If you're not vibing, you're probably a villain, or you're probably an enemy of mankind, and you're probably going to need to get reformed, otherwise known as through the power of friendship. Or you get sent to like a dark, mysterious place beyond the colors of time or something. So it's like, oh, if you take any injuries, you're going to be not having a good time. You know, it's your special successes larger than the defender. If you're a tiny little creature and you get hit by something very big, there's a good chance that you just get out. Like, yeah, character so injured has to be disabled. For those who, for additional detail, make 3 unmodified roll to the injury table. Yeah, if you just roll poorly and you're like, oh, I wonder what happened. Let's see what a total roll would be like. Let's just roll the dice. So, my right leg gets severed off. My right leg and my right arm are just gone. I'm not dead, but I'm not having a good time. Yeah, that's how combat works, because it's all about, like, you do a painful strike trying to, you know, break their wits a little bit, or you try to do an injuring strike with the sole purpose of crippling someone. There are some other options, such as called shot. You want to make a called shot? I want to attempt to rip your arm off. Oh no. Or allow another character to attack foe's weapon and attempt to disarm them. During strikes can benefit from the modifier by attacking specific areas of foe's body. Grappling characters may also restrain opponent's weapon arm. You can attempt to knock them down, you know, judo throw, a powerful kick, or just a football tackle. You make athletics is your combat ability, but you also end up with things like impress, contest their presence with the opponent's wits rating. You make 1 demand of their opponent. This should be something says, surrender, go away, tell me what I want to know. The hairs on the Woozy's tail, 6-leaved clover, may be worth a penalty. Yeah, so it's like, pretty much, if you're like a talkative character, you want to do impress. You literally want to be, you want to look at them being like, get away from, like, go away, surrender, tell me what I want to know. Defending, and of course, how can we forget grappling? God bless grappling. Yes. Yeah, pinning, throwing, and Was Oz anime all along? Maybe that was the real. Maybe that's the real secret. Because this is the image they use, and I don't know. This image kind of hits hard. I'm not gonna lie. Something about the rules of nature blaring in the background is the Tin Man goes to town on a bunch of goddamn trees. But yeah, that is quite literally combat. Have no fear, we still have grappling autism in case you ever wanted that. But combat's really not like the main thing in the game. It's like, yeah, it's there, but don't be like, you need to be in combat. Including, this is the entire distance mechanic. If you can't reach them, you get a -1 attack roll. If they're really far away, you get a -2. That's it. If you ever get hit, oh no, you're going to have to get your, pretty much anytime the fight is over, you regain all your wits. Any severe injuries, you need to get the limb reattached or regrown to seek out a magician. It's like, oh, hey, I've chopped off all my limbs. I need help, Tinsmith. He's like, yeah, sure, I can do that for you. Yeah, with only 1 or 2 does not qualify for the crafted trait, they do acquire some resistance to injury. The second roll comes up with the same result, and the artificial limb is damaged. So pretty much, if you have 2 artificial limbs, they're effectively allowing you to ignore injury results, because you still take wits damage, but no actual injury. Then we also have magic. Magic is a little weird. So this is, if you choose to play a sorcerer, you get the magical toolkit. You also get the thing of sorcery. So, as you can kind of see here, you can play the Wizard of Oz himself or Glinda the Good Witch if you really want to. But you get some very basic new traits to kind of do that things. But the big thing is creating spells. Every single spell in this game is actually a created spell of some variety. But one of the more interesting things about this is that, technically, most skills can be used with most abilities. And once all these modifiers have been determined, add them together to create effect power of the spell. This acts as a penalty to the brains roll made to cast the spell. Once you've cast the spell, you are actually able to do a lot of things. So it's like, oh, cool. If you got good Bryn, it's like, hey, I want to help and hinder somebody. I want to, you apparition. I want to move things around. I want to do transmutation. I want to make water to coffee, handkerchiefs to tents. I want to transform myself into something different. Every single ability is going to increase the ability. It's going to increase the power. It's going to increase the ability, effect. Every single thing you do is going to be increasing the power, which is going to be harder and harder to actually succeed if your brains aren't very high. A very smart character is going to be able to make these work a lot easier. That's why you have things such as if you go up here a little bit, the magical toolkit. Hey, we have the right magical toolkit. If you don't have, a silver, if you don't have your silver wand, if you aren't in your separate room, if you aren't in your thing, you can't really use your magic at all. However, depending on the magic you have, if you want to just do basic sorcery, you only get 3. But if you want to go into Yukuhu magic, you get transmutation and transformation. Cuckoo Kachuchu. That's effectively how magic works. Now, they want you to make magical items. Hey, we don't really have a spellcasting ability, but we do carry items of power. You still have to deal with the idea of, effect for the desired magic, but you have to dump in those skill points a little bit early. So, making an item may spend an Oz point to have one of the ingredients on hand. So, as slowly throughout time, Manletity here effectively wants to start crafting magical items for himself. He wants to become a real sorcerer, but he also wants to become a real magician. And that means having all the correct ideas. The research about things that have already happened. summon and traveling, or you want to animate something, cool. Oh, you want to do some lesser magic, magical and replicated of the normal magic system, cool. You want to look, this is how you do it, this is the scope, this is how you do the ritual modifications, this is basic item limitations. Where if you really want to make something quick and dirty, you make it a single-use item. A favor of powerful fairy, a token or something, it disappears or consumed, and then immediately done. But you're reducing the effect power by 3, which means you can make it go a lot further and make the penalty a lot less. So, for example, this is the Love Magnet. Silver Horseshoe Magnet that grants +2 bonus to any presence roll, attempting to make others believe they are in love with the person who holds it. Oh. Silver Shoes. The Wicked Witch of the East once owned these magical shoes, but Dorothy kept them after the witch was crushed under her house. They have the power to transport the wearer to any place in the world in a space of 3 steps. The Golden Cap. An ornate and jeweled cap crafted by Princess Galetti. To command the winged monkeys. The monkeys are summoned to use a 3-part ritual written inside the cap. Each user may command the winged monkey 3 times. They may not use it again. It must be then passed on to someone else who may then use it 3 more times. And they kind of go over like things that you like. Hey, how do we do things? Like, how do we play characters? What's making friends? Here's making new friends. Here's how to make custom templates. Here's how to balance the game, even though you shouldn't. How do you plot the journey? What's going on in the journey? How do you start the game? How do you can create casts? They do give you a lot of stuff to work with here. Wouldn't it be neat? Wouldn't it be funny? Using descriptions. They do want you to get into the mindset of you're making new stories in Oz. And since the scale of the game is so small, modifying skill roll by +1 or 2 represents significant impact on the character's abilities. I do like these because he did spend a lot of time really making sure you understood how the game actually works. And this is more about like kind of the adventures, like, hey, it's like, hey, you want to learn more about Oz in general? Here's what the Emerald City is like. Here's Ozma's bodyguards. Here's Ozma's best friends, including Button Bright, Dorothy Gale, Eureka the pink kitten, Toto the dog. He can literally he can speak, but he just doesn't want to. Or, hey, you want to be civil servants? You want to, you want to be adventuring, or you want to be Gillikin, the Flatheads. We don't talk about the Flatheads because they're all dead. Yeah, all the Flatheads are dead. But hey, you want to play an animal? You want to play, you want to go to Loonville? You want to play a loon? They give you a lot of... I don't want to word this. They give you a crap ton of options for you to work with. You want to play a winged monkey? You totally can play a winged monkey. And it's like, yeah, you want to do this. You want to play a giant? Cool. You can play a giant if you want. You just become huge. You want to play a munchkin? Cool. Yay! You want to play part of the invisible country? You can. Most of the actual, enemies and stuff are pretty simple to understand. There's nothing how do I want to word this? Absolutely no part of this game is complicated. It's a lot of, they want to get you involved in the magical world of Oz, and they're going to do things to get you invested in the magical world of Oz. It's yeah. Radium is a radioactive matter making long-term exposure dangerous. While Baum first wrote the Horners, radium was a new and exciting discovery, a wonder of the modern age, much like electricity and the telephone. After his death, the risk of radiation exposure began to understand. What does this mean? Remember, Oz is fairyland. No one ever gets sick in Oz. Yeah, you can just, like, yeah, there's radium. This cause has been determined to lack of radium. Scare shipment of radium for the orders and rise safely in Munchkin land. Oh. Yeah. You know, Winky County, like we go through all of these. The jaded city of Oz. Oh. And this is pretty much like the event. This is the kind of the inbuilt adventure kind of taking place, giving you a bunch of ideas if you want to play around here, you want to expand it out. Here's King of the Winged Monkeys. Cool. Whale away. Here's the Sky Whale. You want to deal with a Sky Whale? He's there. More returning to the Emerald City, and then we kind of have like some of the basic maps going on. To give you an idea, these are the character sheets. Yeah, and kind of how these work. But yeah, that is the Adventures of Oz. Why is there fucking radium? No, what? Bomb liked radium. Bomb thought radium was going to be the next hot thing, like it says, like about electricity. So radium is actually in the land of Oz is a good thing. Like, people need radium to make their life better, even though it's radioactive. You got to remember, these books were written in the early 1900s. Like, that's when a lot of these books were made, and even like the late 1800s, that's when he was kind of thinking like that was the hip thing. Yeah, modern day we look back and be like, why is there radium here? But that's also the same reason, like, why are they using asbestos as snow? Like, you don't think about it. It just works. Yeah, that is Adventures in Oz. I like this game. I think it's clean, it's elegant. It's not, maybe it's written a little bit weird in some cases, but if you really like Oz, if you really enjoy the setting, then yeah, you're gonna like it. If you are not a big fan of Oz, here's the note. You don't like Oz, if you want a primer on it, this is pretty good for it. If that has zero interest to you, maybe not. Maybe it's not really going to vibe with you as much. But maybe it is going to vibe with you. I don't know. For little munchkins, though, for kiddos, I don't know. Gonna be frank with you here. I don't know. And I can tell you exactly why I don't know. Character point autism. Yes, McDrussel kind of, pointed it out a little bit, but that character point autism can get a little bit messy because they actually don't expect you to level up at all. The way you level up in the game is if we go to, where was it? Preparing for extended play, I believe it. There. Where? Character growth. Yeah, right here. It's things like this. Oz points improve of characters' abilities. Spending 10 is a new specialty. However, they may never have more than one specialty. 20 buys a basic skill. New traits and permission 20 Oz points per skill point. Like, you're not really going to be changing your character at all unless you play for a long time, and I don't really think the game has that much going for it in that sense. You know, it's like, consider using beads or coins. Younger players might need help to keep track of in-game resources. Give Oz points as soon as they are earned to help reinforce a connection between action and its reward. You know, also giving a child something to hold makes the reward feel a lot more real. That's kind of the big thing there, where is this going to be a game that's going to be around, that you're going to be playing for hours on end? You know, it's going to be a 100 session long campaign, or no. this is good one-shot bait. This is good, like, really short campaign bait. Even if it's just something like, hey, we want to do something a little bit silly here, or hey, we've got time, we have nothing else to play right now, we can teach this in 5 minutes and it'll be over. For Munchkins, I think it could be good. I would say, as an adult, you would need to make them a character or help them make a character. If they have them say, what do you want to play? What sounds fun to you, little Timmy? And little Timmy's like, I want to play a Tin Man. And you're like, cool. Then you help him make the Tin Man. And that's how it goes. If you say, hey, I want to play a soldier. Cool. This is how I'm going to help you make a soldier real fast. If you do something like that, it's going to help them get along, because that character point stuff can get a little bit messy if you're not really paying attention. I know I got messed up the first time I read through it, just because they don't give you that many templates to work with. It's like, oh, how to make your own templates is way in the bottom, so it's kind of back and forth in that regard. But yeah, I think it's a quaint game, and quaint games are fun in their own right. But the never-ending cycle continues. Let's see. We've got, I can either be negative or I can be relatively positive. You know, let's be a little bit negative. I was a little bit too positive there. I need to maintain my my image. Welcome to the Prince's Kingdom. Now, this is how do I word this? This is weird. being perfectly frank with it, being 100% on all of you. This one's a little bit weird. That's why we're bringing in Jabibi. Hello, Prince Jabibi. As you can kind of see, I needed to bring in only the most competent individual here. And some of you might be looking at this being like, Notepad, what in the goddamn are those stats? What are everything we're seeing here? What is all of this? Now, for those who know their note lore, you may look at this being like, is that Fallout? Is that Fallout sums? Lasting Fallout? Growth Fallout? Yes, you're being quite astute about things, aren't you? Being quite astute. This is The Prince's Kingdom, written by someone we've talked about quite extensively before, Clinton R. Nixon. Now, for those who don't know who Clinton R. Nixon is, he is, Clinton is a relatively interesting duck. He has a Wikipedia page. He is the co-administrator of The Forge with Ron Edward. Pretty much, he was second in command to everyone who doesn't make, story games as brain damaged man. And he is a proponent of indie publishing, independent game publishing, in general, software developer. The big thing that's a little bit odd with him is people don't talk about Nixon as much, because Edwards has his own problem, but the Forge was in the early days of the indie sphere. In the early days of the indie sphere, it was the place to be an indie game. Most indie game developers now that you think like major ones that you can hear about now originated on the Forge. You have people such as the Bakers. They originated on the forum, i.e. Powered by the Apocalypse. Evil Hat really got its start on the Forge. Many of these, early game developers started on the Forge in some variety. We don't hear about it as much anymore, because a lot of them have distanced themselves, mostly because, again, Ron Edwards called everybody effectively retarded for liking things that he didn't like. Now, Nixon, on the other hand, has kind of... How does... Nixon doesn't really do much. Like, that's one of those, like, weird weird aspects of the entire thing, where you don't really hear about Nixon anymore. I guess let's see if we can do some digging. Actually, we do the yeah, there we go. Now, the last game we went over with him was actually Owl Hoot Trail, which is quite literally proto 13th Age. Are we in Spanish? No. No, let's... do we have anything else? No. You kind of see here generic one-off systems. Back in 2006, he wrote The Prince's Kingdom. He has done Dungeon, Owl Hoot Trail, Paladin back in 2002, Shadow of Yesterday. He has not done anything in about a decade. Over a decade almost in a lot of these cases. He's never really done anything else. And I've been curious of like what's the thing here? And I haven't really been able to find anything up. Because it's like we look for like the Prince's Kingdom. Like I wonder not the Princess Kingdom, the Prince's Kingdom. Prince's Kingdom. Indie Press Revolution. Yeah, IPDR. How dare you like things? Yeah, as you can kind of see here. Well, Clinton, you don't really see Clinton around anymore. Like, if he has been doing something, I sure as hell don't know what it is. But he has disappeared. We'll get to you in a moment. Looking around here, it's kind of hard to find anything about it because Clinton has disappeared. I wonder if Clinton R. Nixon, maybe we can find something else on him. Pelgrim Press. Yeah, this is his. Yeah, this is him. I believe this is him. Yeah. You can even see, like, this is one of our major, like, inspirational game designers that we need to, like, don't worry, he helped run things. He helped, make the indie sphere. This is one of the main fucking people who made the indie sphere, quote unquote. It's this guy. Yeah. Not necessarily, no, not all his fault. I think it was, how do I want to word this? I think he was one of the main co-administrators for a space run by Ron Edwards, who really liked a very particular way of games. And everyone who did not abide by those basic rules of what they believed was correct was wrong. I do think the Forge has done irreparable harm to the tabletop gaming sphere. He didn't start the fire, but also didn't help put it out. I think the best way to kind of think about it was like, there was a very, he enabled Drawn to happen and kept the place together effectively. And I would say like a vast majority of what we would like consider to be like the indie sphere nowadays owns a lot to the guy who wrote exactly, mind you, who wrote these things. Who wrote Proto 13th Age, effectively, which Owl Hoot Trail isn't the best game ever. It's kind of mid. The Shadow of Yesterday, which is standard fantasy role-playing and a narrative engine, which I've never really heard anybody talk about. I only say in a positive or like negative, context, just people don't talk about it. and a game literally based on somebody else's game. Mainly Baker's, and probably the game that people don't know him very well for because it's not very good. Yeah, just to kind of give you who Nixon is. And that, like, very subtle dig at things, because I'm gonna give you a secret here. The Prince's Kingdom is actually based off, 1-to-1 almost, of Dogs in the Vineyard. Now, some of you may know what Dogs in the Vineyard is, some of you may not know. I'm going to give a quick rundown of what Dogs in the Vineyard has been. How do I want to word things? Dogs in the Vineyard is the Mormon reformist RPG. You are dogs of the faith of all things. You're effectively it's the Cowboy Mormon RPG. The problem is, it's not really the Cowboy Mormon RPG. Yeah, it was the Cowboy Mormon RPG. Now it's like a weird generic system that nobody plays and no one ever hears about. It doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, Dogs in the Vineyard doesn't actually exist anymore. Because Vincent Baker took it down. Because he doesn't believe in it. I actually did a video on it, which I actually... My hot take on this game, on the Dogs in the Vineyard, is the version of the game that he doesn't want you to play is the right way to play the game. Because Dogs in the Vineyard is 3 dogs in the same vineyard, all competing for space. There is the first version, which is Vincent's Truth. Vincent's Truth is a very simple version of the game. You are pretty much part of the Mormon Reformist Church, fix it. Like, you are supposed to be like, oh, you're supposed to be, it's effectively a critique of Mormonism. That's like the big thing. It's a critique of Mormonism. Which did lead to more of the philosophical approach to the game, which I personally believe in, which is, it's more about the idea of power and more about, you know, you being underqualified to do any of this shit because you're effectively teenagers tasked with performing exorcisms and being lawmen in the Wild West. Like, you are the least competent people available, but you have been entrusted to do such. The final version is effectively Doom with cowboys. Because you're a bunch of literally cowboy exorcists tasked with killing demons. I'll give you a hint which version that Vincent wanted to play and wanted you to play with it, and it was the first version, the boring version that nobody liked. And then he realized this, so he took it offline. He didn't change the game, mind you. He actually removed it entirely. He gave the license over to another company to make DOGS. Which is the kind of like, it's a generic version. It's a completely different company. They've never really done anything with it outside publish it. The odd thing with Prince's Kingdom is that it is 1-to-1 the original Dogs in the Vineyard. It is the original version of the game. And it's not the generic version or anything like that. It was made with explicit permission from Vincent because he wanted to make that particular game. Thus, we have, because it painted a bad picture of Native Americans, which, fun fact, mind you, it doesn't. It actually paints a really favorable picture of them in actually a really kind way, you know, relatively to what it's actually supposed to be about. Again, that's why I believe the philosophical version of it is actually a lot better, and it was just poorly written by someone who doesn't care. I think he just wanted to get rid of it so people started associating him with the Mormon RPG, with the Mormon Cowboy RPG. Especially when PBTA kicked off. That's my theory anyway. But Prince's Kingdom, kind of one of those weird games that was made by somebody with such weird... It's a weird premise with a weird backstory at a weird time, because you gotta remember, this came out in 2006. This game is nearly 20 years old, and has And again, I want to also to remind everyone what Mr. Nixon looks like, which is a pasty white man. Now we can associate him with nothing at all. What are you talking about? Vincent Baker's the proud creator of Powered by the Apocalypse. You know, we don't pay him anything for it, but we definitely say his name every now and again. Wink, wink. It's great. But yeah, Clinton R. Nixon, you know, cover art edited by, you know, Crystal D. Spock. Technically, like, this is the thing. Clinton Dreisbach. I believe these two are married, or like know one another. Because that's like his actual like website is Clinton Dreisbach. That's his actual thing. So I don't know what went on there. I don't know. But you kind of see here clearly based on Dogs in the Vineyard by D. Vincent Baker. Yep, license under that, don't interfere. Of course. crngames.com. If you go to crngames.com, fun fact, it brings you nothing, in fact. It just kills itself, and I probably downloaded a Trojan clicking on that link. But, yeah, nothing really there. You know, gave birth to the game, gave me this big party celebration, soon to be birth of my third son. As I write this, my dad is dying. I think this is a great game. It's film and not a copy or adaptation of Dogs in the Vineyard, but it has moral life and moral light and moral danger all of its own. It's a great game, a smaller part of what Prince's Kingdom means to me. Let's suppose that self-expression matters. Let's say that if I can take on my burdens, my childhood heartbreaks, my anxieties, my secret shames and dreams, I think I'll jinx if I admit them. Here I feel is responsible for the lives and growth of these three radiant, perfect boys. Take my burdens and write them down, draw and paint them, some express them, and be heard, blah, blah, blah. Generally speaking, this is Baker. Baker has, like, multiple children, which absolutely boggles my mind. Like, but yeah, this is Dogs in the Vineyard. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This is Dogs in the Vineyard. But I'm gonna try to find like the actual like start of the lore bit. I'm gonna get to the mechanics because the mechanics are very strange to explain, and I need to do that all at once. So, the kingdom. Actually, it's the kingdom of Islandia. Is supposed to be called the kingdom or the island kingdom. It spreads as far as the person can see and farther. King's Castle is a large island in the middle of an even larger ocean. The rest of the kingdom is made of islands, some so big that it would take 5 days to ride a horse across. Some of them so small that only 5 families can live on them. Give me 1 second. We're going to completely destroy the DMCA on this.
The king of the pirates attained this I left out they'd ever dared to imagine.
There we go.
This is the time known as the Great Pirate Era. Come aboard and bring
Effectively, it's One Piece, everybody. Welcome to One Piece. Except boring. Because you might be thinking, oh, it's One Piece, but fun. No, it's not. It's... This is the Funimation dub. Man, remember when One Piece was on like episode like 50 instead of 599? Remember when Mary was still a boat? I remember. And when nobody died and only people smoked. This song lives rent-free in my mind, by the way. There we go. Done with that. Everything is One Piece if you try it. One Piece, but no pig poo. I landed somewhere like Islantis. Lazy fake country name. The setting is Magi meets One Piece. No, it's not. They had episodes of nothing except grunts and menacing shots. At some point, someone should tell them we don't hear any song. Remember the rap? That's all. Well, it's technically there. You just have to turn up the sound. Thank you very much. There we go. I just wanted to listen to the song. Sorry. See, I don't want to turn the music up too loud because then I can't hear myself think. Thus I keep the music fairly low, just in the background a little bit. Yeah, it's called literally Islandia. That is the name of the kingdom. It's the Kingdom of Islandia. It's also made of islands. But yes, the job is to run boats to the ocean and move goods between people. The entire kingdom is run by the king, your father. He is a wonderful ruler and only makes laws that help the people of the kingdom, and all good people love him. Even things that seem like hard, like taxes, are done for good. He uses them to make sure people have roads and boats and food in rough times, otherwise known as he's the tax man. Fuck taxes. There's still no telling what lies out there in the kingdom. It's grand and old and legends abound. Some people say that magic happens on the hidden islands, but others say that it's hogwash. You'll find out the truth. This is one of those amusing parts. The kingdom is so big and spread out, sometimes problems exist the kingdom doesn't know about. This king can't be everywhere. You go out and solve problems where he cannot. He will not be able to come with you and save you because it takes a long time to get placed on boat. The king trusts you a whole lot and knows you will do well. The king sends out his children to do his job. You were raised in the royal court and had teachers from a young age. Many days they took a look out for you and taught you how to read and write and how to do math and read maps and ride horses. Eat the sentence. They probably taught you to defend yourself in a fight. Mostly made you a good leader. You grew up seeing your father each day. You wore a crown of shining gold. When he caught you lying or doing something that hurt someone else. Most of all, he told you stories about being a boy and about being a king and how to do both. All princes out of the world between 5 and 12 years old. When you turn 13, you go back to the king's castle and become an adult. Help the king rule the land. Maybe even you'll be the new king. The other princes are your brothers and sisters. Though you grew up with them, they might be a bunch older, a bunch younger. The bond. Take care of the people. Yes. Roads. I'm gonna build roads. Taxation is theft, no exception. Royalist propaganda. Yeah, the amusing part is that literally the king sends out his children to do his job in some capacities. They also never really state. The family is an equation. You put in blood in and get loyalty out. Simple as that. Like, that's the amusing thing, is that technically you can actually sub out characters pretty easily in this game. You're almost expected to because you have to retire them at 13. The amusing part is technically you can bring this be like 5-year-olds running around. There's something hilariously grim about just a bunch of 5-year-olds. Like, again, imagine you're like some petty dictator on the middle of an island being like, we've declared coup d'etat from the corrupt royalist government, and we want to live our own lives here because we're so far away from the capital. And 3 fucking 5-year-olds show up being like, please listen to my deal. I'm like, no. Like, no. Stop it. Go away. My own kid is younger than you. My old kid is like, could be your dad. How old is the king? He's been a king when I was a boy. He's still having kids? Good God. I want to see a version of this where your dad is an evil god dragon. Like, that's the amusing thing with this. It's like, we just don't talk about who dad is. You're just all his kids. And again, I don't know why they don't use princes and princesses, but it's very clearly you're all princes. It's about exploration and adventure and discovery, and the best way to achieve this is organically make stuff up as you play. Anything can magic and exist in the Kingdom of Islandia. Don't worry, you don't need to fill anything out, because that's not the point of the game. How do we play? Everyone likes to sit around and make up stories. I think. I sure do. Usually when you tell a story, you simply recount the tale that already exists in your head. How do you do? Each part of the story, you have stuff that you have to do, and it's easy. So, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make characters. You're a guide, you pretty much help people make their characters, and you're going to be making citizens. So, the entire journey of a prince. You have to make the best prince ever. You have to do stuff. Cool. When you go to an island, you play your prince. You got stuff to do. You play all the citizens on the island. If you try to get the princes on their side, try to tell the princes what they should do, tell the prince all their problems. These are hard for the princes by trying to fix the problems themselves, offer to help the princes out however they can. After all, they're princes. Yeah, so describe the prince, learn from the prince, has stuff to do, take his place beside the king. Out with the epilogue, welcome the citizen prince home. Creating your prince. Now, we're going to answer a bunch of questions together. It doesn't really matter what you name your character. Hence why I went with Prince Jabibi. Lion in a rain shower from a place every different from Earth, where people name themselves after natural things that they resemble. How old are you? Remember, you are 5 to 12 years old. This is incredibly important. Now, I chose to make Jabibi 11. I thought that was very appropriate to make him 11 years old. Because that's actually the number of base dice you're going to be rolling. And I'm going to have to explain how the dogs in the fucking vineyard system works. Why it has a die. We'll get to explaining. I have to explain the stupid system, which is going to be a bitch because there's no good way to explain it. Pretty much, the older you are, the stronger you are, but you're also going to have to deal with more problems. So, what qualities do you have? These are basic things about you. So, if your prince is 5 years old, you have 5 strong qualities. If your prince is 10 or 11, you write down 2 things. 12, you only write down 1. Now, as being 11 years old, I have our 2 strong qualities. I'm a social chameleon, and I have a perfected physical training routine, because what can I say? I like to take care of myself. Prince to be fun fact, getting this to work, that's Patrick Bateman as a 12-year-old. It worked pretty well in my opinion. What problems do you have? You might be argumentative, you might be, you must sneaking up on birds. Pretty much, if you're 5 or 6, you have 1 problem. If you're 10, 11, or 12, though, you're going to have 3 troublesome qualities. Now, unfortunately for our boy here, it's the fact that he's a prince. He's not really good at being a prince, but he's also he's kind of got some issues when it comes to following. He has to follow his routine perfectly, and he simply is not there. He just doesn't factor things in. You may shake his hand and he may shake yours, but he simply is not. Yeah, generally speaking, that's what you're going to be doing. Now, you're going to be using this to color the world. If anything kind of goes, and this also goes for your relationship, doesn't matter. Now, if you're older, you only are going to get less things the older you get, but you have more base dice to work with. Generally, if you want to play things pretty safe, I should have made him 10. Because if he's 10 years old, he gets all the bonuses, but not really as many drawbacks. If you have a good relationship, cool, you get to add it. If you have a bad relationship, that's pretty bad. Yeah, don't have to worry about it right now. So what do you have on you? You always have your cloak, made by his mother. Now, it could be literally any of his father's many wives, apparently, or it could just be one wife, who knows. Including the king himself, can part own cloak to make part 1 for your prince. This is pretty much the jacket, the dog's jacket. Prince Ahmed, age 12. Anime law where 11-year-old can be built like a brick shit. You have to make your character between 5 and 12. What 11-year-old can be built like a brick? Yeah, it can be. You can be a local economy Bateman Royalty Edition. Yeah, you can pretty much just be a completely jacked anime 12-year-old and somehow be able to just absolutely dominate everything in a fight. That's just who you are. Any other questions you die besides them on your character? Well, this one doesn't, so you'll have to figure it out. Trouble? Ask the guide for help. Now, the big thing is every item you have, you can choose to look something like this. Now, the prince has, my prince anyway, Jabibi here, has a lovely cloak. Anytime anyone wants to deal with his cloak, it's going to be a D8. He also has a pretty good sword. He's going to be adding a D6 and a D4 anytime he's using it. Anytime his lovely clothes gets brought up, he's going to have a D8. Because he wants to look the absolute best he can. If your carrying is good or okay, gives you a D6. Anything that's cruddy gives you a D4. Sharp things will always give you a D4. That's pretty much it. Ta-da! Now, this is where things get odd, and I think it's now about time we explain the system. We're getting there anyway. So, may the rest of the players accept the guide. You've made up your princes, now you have to play the game. So, every other player, what do you hope to prove your teachers and to your dad? I hope I've proved I'm a good speaker. I hope that I've shown I'm good with a bow. You shouldn't say something you already wrote down on your sheet. So, if you're going to act this out, you and the guy will talk about the setting where your prince has found himself and who's there with him. Set the scene together and talk about things your prince is going to try to do. If you're going to act it out and have a struggle, that's what the situation is called. It's not certain your prince can do something. Problem with fixing them. All right. So, I'm going to do my best to explain everything here, because this is one of the most confusing fucking systems ever. And there's a lot of people who do not understand the dogs in the vineyard system, and I'm going to do my best to explain it for everybody. Okay, so I'm going to take my basic die here. Okay, we've got 4. Okay, we're going to roll very basic. We're going to be rolling for our father, technically. So, our dad rolled like shit. So, let me just sort everything out real fast. We're gonna have a good time here, I think, but so our dad rolled a 1 1 1 2 5 5 5 7. This is what our dad rolled. Cool. Hi, Varric. Easy enough to understand here. Now, we're going to try to roll our stats here real fast. We're going to have to roll ours. Our prince's age in D6s. Now, this is where we're gonna roll. I'm just gonna bring up. We need to roll 11 D6. I'm just gonna use a roller here just to make sure that everybody knows I'm not cheating at all. This is what I rolled. Now, I rolled a 6 2. Actually, it would be a 1 1 1 1 2 3 3 4. Actually, no, it's 2 2. I'm trying to like read it on the OBS screen, so I'm like, let's see, 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 5 6 6 6. All right, so this is my stats. I don't have any appropriate relations. Let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 7 8 9 10 11. Okay, perfect. These are our stats. So this is Jabibi. This is Jabibi. This is the struggle. The struggle. Now, there is a few ways of doing this. The biggest thing what you're going to be doing is you need to pretty much present 2 dice forward, and you're going to need to see with it. I'm going to do my best to explain this because it's, again, very... Let me see who goes actually first here. Okay. So, This is, you're first going to do your array. So we're going to look at our dice here, and we need to put forward 2 dice to look at. So let's say, for example, we put forward a 4 and a 5. This is Jabibi. He's put forward a 4 and a 5. He has put a total of 9 effectively out there on the field. And what we do is we take these 4 and 5, we get rid of them. Cool. Now we're looking at the struggle. They need to see. So there are 3 technical ways of doing this. Now, because he's got a 9, because this is a 9, they can't actually do 1. You know, I'm going to make this a little bit easier just so I can do all the different explanations. We're going to do we'll do like a 2, we'll do like a 2-3. How about that? Let's get rid of these 2. This is not efficient, you shouldn't be doing this. But that's what we have. We have a 5, just to make things pretty simple to understand. Now, we need to be seen by the struggle. Now, what they're going to do, there's 3 options. I'm going to put these down here for 3 options. Option 1, he can counter us. He puts down a 5. He puts down a 5. He beats us. Oh no, he pretty much gets to fuck our day up. We lose almost automatically. He's put 1 die forward. We've lost 2 of our die. Oh no, this is bad. Nothing really, it's, it's reverse the blow, that's not it. He's reversed it. He gets to keep that 5 for his turn. However, if, say, for example, he uses... Let's say, for example, he uses instead a, The way he rolled was really annoying, so I can't really do that much with it. You know, we're gonna tactically change that to a 2 and a... if he uses a 2 and a 4, for example... 2 and a 4, for example, he's had to use 2 dice. He's blocked it. Nothing happens, we both erase our die. However, if he has to do something like this, for example, he takes the blow. And he's going to take fallout die for it. Because he's burnt more of his dice than he can use. Those are the 3 options that you have for every single instance. And that's effectively how this works. Does anybody have any questions? I will answer them. This is a really weird mechanic, and I hate this system. But this is the only way to really explain it. If you have questions, ask now. I'm gonna do my best to explain it. Because kind of one of the big things here, this is just kind of the basic version, but let's say, for example, let's just say he blocks it. Let's just say, again, we just say he blocks it. We remove our 2 and 3. And we move the 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3, twice, and yeah. And he's going to remove his 2 and 4. So, whoop, there we go. We removed the 2 and 4. Now he's going to put 2. He's going to put 2 forward. Let's say he puts a 1 and a 5, 1 and a 5, and we're going to counter with a 3 and a 4. Cool. We're blocking. We're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm going to put my 2 forward. I put a 6-6. 6-6. He fundamentally cannot stop me. Oh no. He's screwed. Can't stop me. So what he's going to do instead, he's going to block it with 5, with that. He's at his wit's end. He puts a 1-1 forward. He puts his 1-1 forward. I put my 6 forward. And by default, I've won. I've won. I have clear advantage now. That is how every single encounter or struggle in this game works. It is a dice comparison system. Now, what you're going to be doing a vast majority of the time, if we kind of go back to the character sheet to explain this a little bit better, is you're going to be adding your age in D6s. This is your kind of like your core. This is your core foundation. You're going to be adding your strong qualities to things, which is going to be entirely in D as a D8. You're also, if you have any problems, you're going to be adding your troublesome qualities, or D4s, which are really bad. If you have a good friend, guess what? You're going to be adding either D8s or D4s. Any equipment you have, which are also going to be D4, which is going to be D4 to D8. That is effectively what you're going to be doing. The main thing is escalation. The more you escalate, the more you are allowed to add. The problem is, the more you add, the more danger it comes in when something does start going wrong. Because anytime you fail, for example, if I have to use 3 dice to do something, I'm going to be taking fallout die. The more fallout die I take, the more, pretty much the more likely the consequences for my actions are going to occur. That is how this game functions. It is astronomically. I have no idea why that's the case. I have no idea who thought this was a good idea. They just think so, because fuck you. So, 3 or more dice is taking the blow, push 2 dice forward, and that's how it goes, back and forth. You're raising and seeing, raising and seeing, raising and seeing. Adding in anything does add that strong quality. However, anytime a troublesome quality pops up, you're always putting a D4 there. That's kind of the idea there. You always want to kind of bring out as much as you can, understanding that they are probably going to be throwing just as much at you. If you can't do it, you're not doing too hot. As you kind of see here, doing really well can be somewhat difficult. If you're a tiny child, you're going to get gored most likely by anything wrong going on. But if you're older, you're going to have more dice to actually roll, and that means you're going to have more dice to actually do things with. That is the game. I've explained to you the entire system and why it is obtuse. And it's like, oh God. Now, they do talk about the idea of creating islands. Now, in the original Dogs in the Vineyard, what the idea was that everything starts escalating. Hey, it starts with, hey, it's like if there is unfaithfulness, if it's going to lead to problems, which is going to lead to heresy, which is going to lead to false prophets, which is going to lead to war and killing. Here it's a little bit different. It starts its conceit, then it goes to injustice, then it's going to start the disobedience, then it's going to be unrest, then it's going to be a false leader, then it's going to be a rebellion, then it's going to be war and killing. The best way to think about it is it starts with something small, and then it leads to people murdering each other in the streets. It's manifest as rebellion. So what you have to do is every time you show up into an island, it's going to be at one of these states. You show up at an island, hey, there are disobedience. People are not following the king's lead, and it manifests as outlaws plaguing the land. There are outlaws there. What do we do? Hey, there is unrest occurring. There's restrictive laws coming in, does not come from the king. Hey, there's a false leader here. What do we do? There's a rebellion currently breaking out, and now people are killing each other. Everyone has a role in life. A lot of people have jobs. Some people take care of their homes. Some people even hang out by the road and play songs. For all those people, that's their role in life. Because remember, you should never change your role. It's literally a Fisher King situation. That's conceit. Thinking you're too good to do your job. Some people, though, don't think that they're playing their role. They think they can just relax and not do anything. That's conceit. For determining who's supposed to solve problem, every village has a mayor. Because there are so many islands, cultures in the kingdom, some people elect their mayor, while others have a mayor for life. His role fix the people's problems. Mayor isn't fixing people's problems, or fixing one person's problem more than someone else's. That's conceit. Marriage is serious stuff. If 2 people are married and they have a real problem, sometimes they get separated. but they have to go to the mayor and state their problems. Only if they have proof and the problem can't get fixed until they get separated. You can't run away from your family because your husband or wife eats too much butter or doesn't pick up their underwear off the floor. You are making life hard for your spouse by not doing your part? That's conceit. Generally, so the king has made some very simple laws. Don't be violent. Don't cheat other people. If you're paid for a job, do it. Everyone in the family should live through a role in their family. Those are the laws of the kingdom, everybody. Very enforceable laws. People wonder why why we are in eating too much butter. What a splendid Mountain Blade Warbrand reference. So, generally speaking, those are like the basic things, and then it's like, okay, people start getting scared, people start leading to false leaders, and then people start killing. No, it makes king absolutely nothing in the world makes a king more sad than a war, a purposeless, destructive thing, because they're killing your own people. But yeah, you're generally speaking creating an island, and it's just going up and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's like, oh, also, he wants something pseudo-Japanese, and in the 1200s, he thinks it's still an island and not a big one, but big enough to have hilllands and lowlands. He decides to go with a Chinese-sounding name for no real reason besides he likes the odd idea. He names the island Lopang. I do like the idea, something pseudo-Japanese in this 1200s, but it sounds Chinese-sounding, so we'll call it Lopang. I'm like, oh, God. Ronald always liked the Ainu, the ethnic minority in Japan, and also the idea that orangutans were once thought to be the Malay to be another race of people who lived in the forest. He combines the two to make the Wulin. Below in Lola, he puts the Wulin, a more primitive minority that are large people covered in reddish blonde fur. My brother in Christ, why do you have to word it this way? I really like the Ainu, so I'm going to make them monkeys. God, please, God. When justice could come, Ronald decided the Wulin revere a koi in a certain pong, and that they revere the koi. I like the koi there. The injustice of the island decided the koi looked tasty, and they fished them up and ate some. Disobedience. He added level. Rumors to me spread that the Wulin killed children. False leaders. Named General Fan Mu. He's a retired naval officer. He's taken over the islands. People will join him in rebellion. Island's real governor, Pei, has been imprisoned. Happy to follow Fan Mu. Yep. Unintentional racism. Hey, it's unintentional racism is funny, everybody. Always remember that. It's butter time. Hey kids, we're getting ready for butter time. Yeah, the main thing is that most citizens are actually just going to be this. They just have power instead of age. So for example, I'm just going to roll a d8 here real fast. I rolled a 3. That means he's got 8 power. So he's got 8 power, he's got 1 quality, and he's got 2 relationships. So he's not super strong, but he's pretty good at doing one thing, and he's got some friends. Not easy enough to understand. Pretty much the more power you have, the more influence you have, and that's the raw amount of d6s you're going to be rolling. This is the amount of d8s you're going to be rolling, and this is the amount of usually d8s as well, if they're there. Pick a few proto-citizens, and ta-da! That's usually it. Yeah, power 10s, 1 strong quality, 2 troublesome qualities, 1 strong relationship, 1 troublesome relationship. Like, yeah, you're bringing in some of these... Yeah, you bring in some of these people, and then you face them. That's really the game. There's a struggle, what do? You start a struggle, you resolve a struggle. You always want to try to beat them, and you want to get some... And you might get some fallout for it. Fallout sucks. Hello. You want to talk? What do you want to say, Mama? That's horrible. Send me that. Love you, Mama. I'm going to, yeah. Now, interestingly enough, he literally just goes over the exact same thing again. But this leads to these. If you do take a blow, you're going to take a number of dice equal to whatever you use to burn. So, for example, let's say Jabibi takes 2d4 talking. Let's say he takes 3d4 talking. And we go all the way down here, and we look right here. So we took 3d4, and we take all of this. And we roll 3d4. We've taken 2 1s and a 3. So in total, we've got 5. So we've only taken a short-term fallout. However, we've got 2 1 growth fallouts. So we've got 2 growth fallouts. We add 1 new strong quality, change a troublesome quality, add new strong relationship, change troublesome relationships, or add a new belonging. Cool. But hey, short-term fallouts, it's like the next troublesome, you add new troublesome for the next struggle, lose a quality for the next struggle, you'll gain a troublesome relationship. That's pretty much how it is. If you do go up a lot higher, such as hurt bad or get lasting fallout, you're adding brand new things. If you're hurt bad, you are fucked up. But that does mean, generally speaking, talking won't kill you. Talking is not going to kill you just about whatever you do. At worst, you're going to end up with a couple lasting fallout, but nothing too serious, unless you are really fuckered up. However, physical things start getting a little bit more dangerous. Fighting gets a lot more dangerous. If fighting means like you roll 2d8 fighting, you're not going to have a lot of fun. Talking can cause emotional damage. Yes, emotional damage is possible. You need at least 4d4 to do that, though. Yeah, like, you take any amount of fighting damage, like, you're not going to wake up fun. You're not having fun. And you get decked in the face. You're you're 7 years old and you break your goddamn nose. Like, you're not. No. As you kind of see here, they always get to add their problem level to the current situation. That's always a problem. Because it's like, we hop in, like, no matter what you do, outlaws are always going to be showing up, and what they can use it whenever they want to just make your life harder. So to kind of put this more in perspective, someone might be rolling like 18 dice and put it in front of them, and then you might be rolling like 15 dice, another character might be rolling like 12, and then you all have to do the little mental math of like competing against one another to screw with each other. That is literally how it works. Like, it's, to give you an idea, this is General Fan Mu, what he's rolling. He's rolling, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He's rolling 17 dice. Owie zowie. Now, the thing is, the more, kind of like a single person is usually going to have more dice and is going to get burnt down faster. However, everybody in the scene, everyone opposing them, still needs to match whatever they have. So if they have a lot of dice, that pretty much means they can actually mulch you if you're not prepared. As you can kind of see here, Baja here has 7 dice. 7. Against like 15. Like, yeah, no, it ain't. You're not going to have fun. And getting mulched is possible. You will just get completely, get ripped in half if you are not prepared. And it's like, yeah, sometimes you just lose. And it's like, oh, well, Lincoln Mark's got 5d8 fallout, which is really bad. crumpled heap on the floor. Yo, you just got made. Oh man, you just made a mistake. I could use my bow and I'm good shot. I'll put down the Stone Guy General or not. I give you guys no need for that. The general didn't expect to hit the kid. He dropped the sword. Yeah, he just pretty much decapitated a child, but hey. Yeah, generally speaking, the more like ones you roll, the better you're gonna get. So you will want talking qualities, because that's only a 25% chance of getting it. Higher ones are actually just worse. You're gonna be having a lot, make things just harder. He needs a healer soon. Oh, but stake is your prince's life. The healer rolls his power, but both of you can add in qualities and relationships and belongings. What's the problem? If the healer takes any fallout from the struggle, if you and the healer win, your prince will live. The guide wins, your prince will die. You're gonna have a struggle, or your prince will die at the end of it. I don't know. Suffers a grievous wound. And would need a healer to live. He's very hurt. Oh no. Yeah, he's just dying. Yeah, welcome to welcome to just dying. Generally speaking, you're going to be growing fairly consistently. You're always going to get something at the end of an island. In addition, choose one of the following. Happy birthday! Change your belongings from good to good to awesome. Make a space on character sheet for a new strong relationship. Make a space for a new troublesome relationship. And then you keep going. Yeah, I've had chance to write it. Oh boy. And finally we've reached the end here. Fallout games never change. Notepad loves games with child murder. This is this is one of those weird bits. Yeah, this is one of those weird bits that, like, you look at, you're like, oh, okay, this is perfectly normal. This is the American Friend Service. We bring people together of all faiths and background, challenge injustice, build peace around the globe. No cuts community needs. Stop funding Israeli violence against the Palestinians, I'll have you know. Urgent action needing climate change. Free school meals to more children. Sudan emergency response. 4 ways Farm Bill can protect the climate. Cultivate climate and food justice. Or in Philly, it looks like. Yeah. So, yeah, social change movement guided by Quaker belief in the divine light of each person, with people of all faiths and backgrounds to challenge the unjust system and promote lasting peace. Yeah, American Friend Service. Yeah, this is the American Friends Service Committee. I wonder, do we have anything? Do we have any fun thing of, criticism? The FBI and other government have monitored his work in many other similar organizations. Drift away from Quaker roots, political pressure groups in '79, attacked the banning tradition of pacifism. 2010 was a divorce from Quaker life of faith community due to increasing pronounced drift toward lefty secularism since the 70s. Some Jewish supporters of the Israeli government policy accused AFCS being anti-Jewish bias. Most militant, aggressive Christian anti-Israel groups. Support the use of boycott and divestment campaigns targeting only companies that support occupation, settlements, militarism, any other violation of international humanitarian or human rights law. Our position does not call for full boycott of Israel, nor companies because of Israel doing business in our actions have never focused on individuals. Yeah, this game directly supports this, by the way. Like, all the profits from this game go to benefit the American Friends Service Committee. Yeah. There are still Quakers. There are still Quakers out there in this beautiful world of ours. They are how do I want to... The Quakers now aren't really around. Like, they're around still, but not nearly in... They aren't like a political group as they were, if that makes sense. They are still around. There are still Quakers out there, but not really as, like, in big numbers or anything. But yeah, this is effectively this. They're the social justice group. So anytime you buy a copy of Prince's Kingdom, you're actually supporting the American Friends Service Committee. And as a proud Jewish man, as sorry every pony. But yeah, this is just one of those weird bits where you look at it like, I'm allowing this under the context of what it's saying. They don't want to kill Jews. They just don't support Israel. In the fiscal year of 2020, had revenues of $37 million. Jesus Christ. They have net assets of $100 million. But yeah, if you ever want to make that's one of those like weird things where you look at it like, yes, Clinton R. Nixon does directly support a Quaker movement for this game, and this game directly supports them. So that's cool. They share it with other. Yeah, he wrote this for Vincent Baker. That's the funny bit. Like, yeah, that's support the American Friends Service Committee. Yeah, that's do I like Prince's Kingdom? Here's the issue. I went into Prince's Kingdom thinking that it was going to be a unique game. It is not. It is Dogs in the Vineyard. I would say it is easier to run than Dogs, because Dogs actually has a lot more stuff going on with it at once, and every single conflict does take a lot longer in Dogs, simply because of how it is actually structured and the escalation mechanics and bringing in different attributes, bringing in different stats. You really only have one stat in the Prince's Kingdom, and that one stat is age. The issue with Prince's Kingdom is twofold. Is one, it makes no sense. Like, just gonna call a spade here. This shit makes no sense for you to be anything younger than at least 8. There's no reason for you to be anything younger than 8 because you're just losing dice at that point. And it's like, okay, to play the game optimally, you be as old as possible and you just never have a birthday. No, you just never have a birthday and you'll never grow old. And there's some weird bits with it. It's like, what's the plan here? Like, what was the, like, who, if there was a little munchkin playing this game, like, I don't know. Here's the thing. If you're a munchkin playing this game, I don't know why you would enjoy it, because there's not as much stuff going on. Because at the end of the day, you roll a bunch of dice, but it's like, oh boy, here's some basic conversational stuff. It's not like we're in a cool sword fight. We're not moving around a map. We're not doing much, like, relatively speaking, but it's about the narrative. It's about the narrative, no better. Fuck the narrative. These kids are going to end up putting their own story in anything they do. Making a narrative game doesn't really support that at all. I don't think a kid's going to play this and be like, oh boy, I sure do love learning about the weight of responsibility. It's like, no. Kids are going to want to play fucking Hero Kids because at least they get to do something with it. Like, oh boy, I'm going to move around the map. I'm going to throw a bunch of dice and, like, a bunch of monster in the face. Like, it's funny because this is, like, simultaneously, like, too high concept, but too simple to be enjoyable. Or, like, it's very strange. But yeah, that's Prince's Kingdom. One of those games. Okay, so we're gonna do Mitchim next. Yeah, we're gonna do Mitchim. And then we're going to end off on Tales of Equestria. Welcome to Mitchim, or Mitchim. I want to punch one of these things, by the way. I just want to, like, deck one and, like, see how far I can kick it. Just absolutely annihilate these little bastards. This is the Mitchim character sheet. As you can see, we're bringing in our boy Jaster, notorious shill. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. What are people doing? What are people doing? Yeah, this is... Why does it sound like bad German? Because the guy is German. Yes, we're gonna look at Mitchim here. By Georg Murr. This guy who did everything with this one. This is gonna be one of those weird ones as well, simply because of Mitchim Fluffy Adventures by Grim Ogre Laboratory. This is Mitchim, inclusive role-playing for kids and grown-ups. Welcome to Meet Fluff, a unique role-playing game, a happy, welcoming place for all sorts of gamers. Yay! You can support him on Patreon. Let's see what's his Patreon for Mitchim. He makes $6 a month. Somehow he's doing worse than me. It doesn't actually look like he's done anything, really. That's sad in its own right. But yeah, this is Mitchim, gold seller. You can technically get the PDF right now for $8. Fluffy Adventure, he's a full thing. Let's see what other games that he's done. Grim Ogre. Nothing. He's done fuck all. Remember when I was like gonna try to make this child friendly? That ended. Now, most of these things are directly supported of Mitchim, including Mitchim 5th Edition, Mitchim Starfinder, Mitchim the Hero Sheets, Mitchim pen and paper storytelling, designing a pen and paper, storytelling game, designing it. Lots of cards and stuff. Because if we go to the website, if we go to Mitchim, kind of ideas here, if we go to RPG products, because he's got the main core book, he's got how pretty much we did it. And then a card pack full of everything. Yeah, you kind of see a bunch of stuff here, like, yeah, create a happy place that's worth fighting for. Okay, Georg, we don't need. I wonder if we can find Georg. There we go. By Zev Mur as well. That's kind of one of those other weird bits. This is Grim Ogre. I'm a queer, non-binary, disabled game dev from Graz, Austria. Yes, he's from Austria. Link to his Mastodon. Yeah, what? When you jump to get, you know that we have a favorite Austrian painter, Newtpath. You jump from a game funded by a group that doesn't like Israel to a German guy. What are you trying here? Austrian, yes. Interesting. I see Sage. Wait a second. Sage. Yep, I know who you are. This is Sage. What the fuck his name is? I need to actually look more on Mastodon, because Sage here, he's one of the writer. Fun fact, he's one of the writers of Dungeon World. This is Sage Baroff. Kind of want to hit him with the truck, but hey, but yeah, generally speaking, he is every single thing under the thing, you know how it goes. But yeah, buy this, we love it. Buy this. So this is Zev, or guys, or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't fucking know. Now, he does go use his Ko-fi more than anything. This is where you're supposed to kind of do it. And here's my Ko-fi page. Looks like people are giving him bot community copies for things. This is Zev. Hello, Zev. Mitchim stories. Mitchim for Shadow of the Demon Lord. This is like Mitchim's in Fallout 2D20. Mitchim for Goblin Slayer TRPG. Mitchim's for Death in Space. Mitchim's for Pathfinder 2e. Yeah, when the weird things, Mitchim for Foundry, Mitchim for Fate, Mitchim for 5th edition, Mitchim for Starfinder, Mitchim for Troika, Mitchim for Aces in Space, Mitchim for Dream Askew and Star Trek and Terror. Have you ever just looked at something, you're like, why in the fuck are you making this? Like, did anyone ask for this? Like, and it's like, because it's like, oh, it's a hamster punk role-playing game of heartwarming action. And it's like, oh, okay. It's kind of like one of those things where you kind of nod, you're like, okay, please get away from me. Just get away from me, please. Yeah, we got merchandise. He's gone all in on the Mitchim thing. And this is really it. Yeah, you want to go real hard on that thing there. Looks like he's kind of been begging for money on yeah, looks like he's been kind of begging for money. We do have community copies. We do have 347 community copies. Have no fear. I will give it out for free because I'm a kind-hearted individual. Yeah. It's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, okay, on its broke and or marginalized like me. Luckily, we're gamers, most marginalized community in the world. But yeah, that's really all I could find about him. He just does this. He has done nothing else. And if he has done something else, he sure as hell isn't talking about it. How about my balls in your face, Punk? I might fucking come up with a better name, Punk. Yeah, it's Hamster Punk. Hamster Punk, baby. Yeah. Stock images. So it's like words of wisdom. We got all these people with gradually more insane names that make no sense. Cornelius Funkenflug, our benevolent Durgarian hamster, dwarf hamster's charming and ferocious personality. Yeah, he literally just uses a fucking hamster. Georgmonic Mirgase 58490 Bad Radkersburg, Austria. Radkersburg. I'll have you know, I got this as a community copy. Have everybody know. But yeah, what is the Mitchim RPGs? Yeah, they tell a story of fuzzy little heroes that live right next to human settlements. These call themselves the Mitchims. And although they're deceptively similar to hamsters, they're actually members of an intelligent species, not closely related to rodents. We'll create a Mitchim hero. A lot in common with board game. Meet a bunch of friends, we're working together, and things you need. Friends. Well, 6-sided dice and poker chips for wound tokens. These are fairly important. I'm all for running with an idea, but this seems excessive. Yeah, a little bit. It seems a little excessive. For a variety of reasons. Yeah. He's kind of got 110% on this. And again, more power to you, brother, but it's like, maybe cool it down a little bit. You're going to need a few glass beads for this game as well. You're going to need them for mood and karma. The best way to think about it is mood is your main meta currency. Karma is your oh fuck meta currency. You're always going to get a little bit. And you're also going to need to get your character sheet. This is all the character sheet is actually up here in this this corner bit. You don't really get anything else, and you obviously you don't get like this little section or this little section. You just get this. You don't actually have that much, relatively speaking, space-wise. I should know. As you see, I did have to make Jaster as accurate as possible of what I view him as, otherwise known as a thick rat. He keeps trying to sell me games. That bastard. So, many links. Mitchim online. Mitchim, I wonder, does this link anywhere? Mitchim.com just goes back to that website of his. RPG Now. Various, very important languages. We have adventurers, we have artists. Bunde. Because again, we gotta remember, he is German. Bunde. Bochichne. Bordeman. Have no fear. In case you're wondering, I'm not doing this, like these huge pieces of white space in the middle of everything. I have no idea why that's the case. Here's a house. House bodies. Barsk. Fushule. Growling. That's growling. Meek Tirish. Meek Tirish. His mustache. No defined gender roles. The sexual dimorphism is not very pronounced in Mitchim, and Mitchim's sex is only for minor importance. Mitchim. The way Mexico is pronounced in Spanish. Sounds a bit like hissing. The hamster kind of feel. Yeah, it's like you made a point about it, so now that's all I'm thinking of. Mene, smaller than mini, keeper level. Meshne, or yeah, the more ultimate. You didn't need to talk about any of it, but you did. Nocturna, sorcerer, Symbolia, tacticians on witch. Now, what are the Mitchims? Or Mihitimus sapiens are often mistaken for common rodents, farther from the truth. Mitchims are a clade of primates, work of mimicry, common evolutionary trick, looking very similar to existing species. They evade capture as intelligent beasts. Oh, they do have fur. They are pretty much rats. They make it out like body types are going to be a thing. Body types aren't a thing. Don't think about it. Pick one of the 3 body types. Yeah, don't. Carry different benefits in the future. They don't carry different benefits in the future. Everyone is technically smart. They all have technically the same lifespan as people, but they can get as old as 100 years old, even though they're rat monsters. They eat raw fruits and vegetables and prepare to the food. Technically, you can eat meat. Yeah, you also Coprofagi. Look. This is meaning eating poop. We eat shit. Everyone can control the veil, which is magic, and everyone has their own magic language. Are very high pitched. Humans usually are not capable of hearing them without tools. Oh boy, to make sure you come up with a silly name, because that's who you are. Why? Just why? If you talk about it, you make people think about it. They do not. The Mitchim do not. However, hamsters do that. Hamsters do that. Build community, have strong social mechanisms, organize themselves in a group. They have dedicated learning facilities that are similar to human schools. Learn valuable lessons in life. Means the hissing school. Most central lessons are for the youngsters. Basic courses revolve around communication. Figuring out best to hiss at enemies. Learn to respect each other. Generally speaking, you have 3 cardinal virtues, and all of them are very important. You also have the basic capital of Turania. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce any of these. This is the sweet shops where all the food is made. These are the finest, these are nice things that you can buy. These are things that you can use. Just stuff. These are stuff. And these are shrines. They are literally ancestor worshippers, or you can be a secular Mitchim. These are the 3 banners of progress, effectively, of what they are. Everything is structured into nests. Product of love, friendship, or pure utility. Same sex to raise foster children. Likewise, highest priority of the nest building seems to be feeding every mouth and providing warm, cuddly place to sleep. Mitchim culture revolves around democratic monarchy. The queen resides in the highest echelons of the treetop capital. She's protected by the royal guard. This isn't a democratic monarchy. It's just a monarchy. You don't elect the queen. We tried to vote the queen out last time. There was riots in the street and people were hung. It was bloodbath. This is not how it works. We should know there are 3 houses of political interest. One not born to a house. One is not born, though common for youngsters to flock to the parents of house of choice. Choose their house allegiance. The 3 houses are pretty simple. House Turania. House Turania are good, nice people who are also eco-terrorists. House Growling are civilization in progress. They're engineers, corporate masterminds, crafty, build their own things, and they also want to form their own ANCAP hellhole underneath everything. They've also discovered cybernetics. Have no fear. We also have Half Barsic, which are conservation efforts, who also are just outright eco-terrorists. Let's call a spade a spade. They are eco-terrorists. Silence, Republican. You will worship the queen now. Yeah, it's like every year we have the vote on the queen. There's 2 options. There's the queen and not the queen. And if you vote not the queen, you get stabbed. Easy as can be. Yeah. Then old spots before just build parking lots for their capitalist shopping temples. The furthest ones also dump their waste in the wood. It's therefore no wonder Mitchim has a long history of assaults on human industry. House Barsic is especially sworn to fight any human interference. They organize sabotage missions and sow seeds of distrust in human corporations. Basically, is that to be stopped, otherwise they plan not to interfere with human plans. Yeah, Growling is just like, yeah, we just want to steal human technology to do stuff. To give you an idea of the basic house structure, House Barsic wants to strap a bond to their chest and send me to the human city. Allah, I am ready. Growling, on the other hand, wants to take the civilization and use it for their own good. However, House Tarania just doesn't give a shit. We don't talk about what the Mitchim were doing in the Soviet Union, however. We don't talk about that because things get a little bit more complicated, because they weren't capitalists technically. But don't worry, the Mitchim do understand the concept of capitalism, therefore we can only assume they also understand the basics of communism. Have no fear. I love my tiny little hamster punk. I love my hamster punk game about the nature of conflict. So, the best way to think about this game is that it is a D6 and the goal is to hit above a 7. That's all you gotta do. D6 dice pool, roll above a 7. So, we're going to go back to Jaster. Let's say, for example, Jaster needs to bash someone's skull in. So what he's going to do, he's going to take 4d6 and he's going to go roll, and roll the dice. So he's got 11, 12, 15. He's scored a single hit. Cool. What you can do, though, is to increase the number of hits or increase the number of effectiveness by removing dice willingly. So if I remove 2 dice, I'm going to roll, and I rolled a 7, I would have technically done 3 hits. Boom, boom, boom. Can be. This does mean, though, that you do need to either get more dice or you need to more willingly murk yourself to get those dice, especially when you realize that having a 1 in something literally means you are impossible to succeed unless you have some bonuses. Never ask what the Mitchim did during 1940s, 1945 in Europe. At any time an action succeeds, you score a single hit. The more you roll, the better you do. Now, the big thing is, anytime you roll a 6, you're actually going to get a mood marker. Anytime you get a mood marker, you're going to add it to your particular thing here. Pretty much what you're supposed to do is you're literally supposed to set the dice on top of the location. So I have a 2 in joy, I would set my 2d6 on top of joy, I would set 1 in love. That's how it would work. However, if you get tokens, if you roll a 6, you pretty much get a +1 to whatever that emotion is. So joy, for example, if I rolled a 6 for it, anytime I use it, I now have an instinctual +1 on it. Pretty much makes future checks a lot easier. It'll be much easier. You pretty much just get a flat bonus. You just get a +1 each. However, there's a problem. Anytime you are pretty much acting against whatever that emotion is, you're going to end up with a penalty. Set aside 1d, and it's like, oh, this isn't good. I'm not having a good time. I'm feeling good in one thing. That means I'm going to be taking a penalty in another. The more extreme you are in feeling in one emotion, the more problematic you're going to be having in its opposite emotion. However, you can always burn. Here's the thing. You can always burn your particular D6. You can always burn your particular mood things to buy dice. So you want a consistent roll, or do you want to buy some dice? Good, you want to buy dice. So it's like, oh, easy, cool. You have to do it. So it's like, hey, but I want to make sure that I can get things pretty easily. Let's say, for example, I have two fear tokens. And I'm going to be rolling 2d6 + 2. I'm like, that's not really great. So I'm going to spend both of those. I'm going to roll 4d6 instead. I roll, hey, cool, I got a 15. I got a 16. I've got a hit. Cool, go me. I'm neat. I've made my life a lot easier. Generally speaking, you want to stick around 3d6 to most consistent, but maybe getting more would be better. Cool. That's how it is. That's it. But every single part of your character actually boils down to your personality. Every single basic action is tied to it. And every single thing you do is how it's kind of approaching things. But you can also apply these to different things outside of the main actions. So, for example, grief right here. Roll grief, beat a 7 to shrug off all attacks with 1 hit. Set aside d6 to ignore more hits. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna cry a little bit to make sure that I can ignore an attack with 1 hit. I can ignore some damage. So I'm gonna take, let's say I do that, I roll, I succeed, cool. I ignore 2 attacks if I take one of my dice away. Easy peasy, easy to understand there. But if I'm, let's say, trying to, I don't know, kind of appeal to someone's emotion a little bit, I can roll my I'm gonna roll my d6s, and hey, I've got an 11. I've made you feel me a little bit because I have high grief. But if I'm being intimidated, I might have to roll fear to kind of push my way through that. Oh no. Yeah, it's like, yeah, someone tries to intimidate and roll fear. I had to see if your score is 11 or higher. Cool. Yeah, distractions are kind of the same idea. If you currently have mood marker, post your intended action, you may suffer a distraction penalty. Take a -1 on your emotion rolls. But yeah, there are some odd, like, you get some odd ones. Like, technically, if you are very happy, you're taking a penalty off fear and sadness checks. But if you're, it's pretty much the opposition is happy opposes fear and sad. Love opposes anger, fear. Fear opposes anger, happy. Then we do anger opposes love, and love, and sad. That's effectively how it works. It's a little bit wonky. It's like, oh, it's technically sad. Sad opposes anger and happy. Fear opposes, not anger, happy. It would be fear and love and happy. Love. You're gonna take a direct penalty to that. It's like, ow. Emotion. Is this the Chinese elemental table? Emotional. Social score goes up. Is this? It's not really that. Like, I can see like kind of where it is. Generally speaking, these are going to be like what your stats are going to look like. You're never going to have like a really heavy stats in any one thing. But that's where the emotion little like knobs come in, including some of the odd ones like joy, acrobatically, and find hidden things. Colors yellow like a sunny day. Beat 7 to sprint 30 centimeters or a foot. Set aside D6 to go faster and jump farther. Detect. Anytime you need to spot things, you need to roll detect. Pretty much, the happier you are, the quicker you are to get into combat. Love is all about curing wounds. Grief is pretty much rolling to stop dying. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to die. Fear allows you to hide and run away from problems, while anger allows you to kill things. You can just die. I want to kill things. Advanced belly brawling. Mitchims already fight each other over are still small nestlings. Arbitrary use of violence. Youngers need to learn to defend themselves. How small is my character that can only jump 1 foot? You are a hamster, Ethical. You are the size of a hamster. You are something you can fit in the palm of someone's hand. Yeah, you're the Mitchim. You are tiny little hamsters. Yeah, you are very tiny. 30 centimeters is your like full sprint. All I'm saying is, guys, I don't think this game is G-Force. That's something you gotta think about. This is G-Force. That's something that's kind of like the way you have to approach white hamsters. Yeah, pretty much going to be making a detect roll. You're going to compare the results with highest axe first, and then it kind of descends from there. It's the basic things you can do is do a move action, basic action, or get your shit rocked. Just a very basic reflexive act. The art is all over the place. This looks like it's a savage beatdown between two fucking hamsters. Yeah, that's really all it is. Like, anytime you do get hit, here's the thing. Anytime you do get hit, you're going to take 1 to 4 wound tokens. Anytime you take a damage, pretty much, if you take 2 damage, you take 2 wound tokens. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. Okay, rating down, like worsening wounds, let's put another wound token on the stack. This fucking thing never looks different. Oh god, why does it look so stupid? This game, every now and again, this game just looks so cursed. Like, it's just cursed looking. Oh god, I love Mitchim. It's the best. So basically, it's like horrible. The wounds can effectively be only removed through the cure action. So generally speaking, you can't take too many wounds. But if you take a blinding wound, for example, all attack and detect rolls suffer a -3 penalty. Wound effect is uncured. That's pretty bad. Cruel wound. Weep and receive cure rules. You're just not having fun. Slowing rules. Wound. You're not going fast at all. Probably the worst one to get is a worsening wound. Because if you take a worsening wound, pretty much every single round, you're just getting worse. If you ever get 7 wound tokens, you're out. you know, it's like you take a level 3 wound, you're completely out of the fight. You take a level 4 wound, you're completely out of the fight. Like, you are fucked if you take 7 or more wounds. That's why, like, the worsening wounds are really bad, because it's like, yeah, you're now on a very strict timer. If you take 3 wounds already, like, you're kind of going on, you're out of the fight pretty much. Yeah, they do say, like, oh, well, you're not really supposed to die very easy. It's like, oh, well, just roll. It's like, oh, what happens when we get defeated? Oh, well, they put you in a cage and take you to their headquarters. Oh, okay. That's the entirety of combat. That's most of the system, to be honest. So it's like, hey, we want to run faster. We want to try to avoid damage. We want to hide. Excuse me. That is the entirety of Mitchim. Seymour, the hamster is on fire. Why is there poison acid on this kid's game, let alone fire? Because it's not really a kid's game, but it is a kid's game. It's for all ages. Hey, little Timmy, what's going on? My hamster's on fire. Why is the hamster on fire? Ah! Well, it's like, why is a cruel wound the thing here? Where it literally just makes it harder for people to heal you. Like, there's no benefit. It's like, yeah, you received a cruel wound. Like, how do you describe that? Like, glowing wound is like, oh, you got hit in the leg. Like, even a blinding wound, like, oh, you can't really see anything, really. But, like, you take a cruel wound, it's like, yeah, you've been stabbed with a serrated knife. And, like, you feel your internal organs, you know, shut down as, like, you just collapse onto the ground bleeding to death. I'm like, I'm playing a little hamster! A little hamster! Oh my god! After the battle, you know, everyone, you see your enemies twitching on the ground, you know, a little fucking hamster goes over and puts the damn thing out of its misery. It's like, oh, this is horrifying. Now we have callings. Feed me, Seymour. So, after you pretty much graduate from school, they become apprentices of a chosen trade. Callings are highly fluid. They can be shed and switched as long as the Mitchim has unlocked them. So, callings are similar to job idols. You attune to a calling, you are really trying to be a bard. That's kind of the idea of these. Now, the big thing is, you can only manage 3 callings at any one time as being your active ones. You can technically have as many of them as you want. You can have dozens of these, you know, you can have every single calling you want. The thing is, it gets hellishly expensive, so you really are going to have about 3. And you can't really get that much more of them. But, and, you know, they're very modular. You can combine effects, and, you know, create new maneuvers, get new abilities, create additional triggers, get new effects. Cool. It's like, yeah, neat. Like, you can do a bunch of things with these, but we're going to learn very quickly this is not the case. It is lying to you. Mitchim on Mitchim violence. Yeah, again, like, just think about, again, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, look at little cute little hamsters. They're all walking around. They're having fun. And then you see one, like, just stab one in the gut. Like, and yeah, it's... Again, it's like, fucking not Redwall, it's, Mouse Guard, where it's like, oh yeah, here's like, oh, you're a cute little mice, but here's like the horrifying reality of getting stabbed with a sword. Like, oh, ow, my bones. Yeah, utility feats called utility feat that will use outside of combat. Acquiring a calling you learn includes all 5 talents. You will learn individual talents one by one. These are a little bit weird. Now, you've mastered it, you actually get to have more things on top of it. So these are some of the talents. So Miguel de Borman was a passionate little fella, even for a Mitchim. The faraway woods of the Borman were home to several Mitchim cities, all of which were known for their excellent silk and fine spices. Miguel always kept a fond memory of his home, even in the midst of battle. Sometimes he would remember a lesson he was fated to put into practice. So, sometimes Bada with you sends you a helpful vision to guide your path. If something bad is about to happen, the adventurer usually knows about it first, might already be trying to avert it. Oh no. Now, this is the big thing right here. Now, this is where all of their like path bonuses and things like that, this is what this actually means most of the time. It's the Wanderer's Path. You stride is unbroken and there's so much to learn. You can collect up to 7 joy markers. Martyr's Path. You are very sensitive to pain, but you feel it, keep it pushing on, where you can collect up to 7 grief markers. And these are your very basic, abilities. Oh, you're an artist. Oh, you're phantasm. Ooh, ooh, you have the phantasm ability. Ooh, tricking what may not know for wet paint strokes. The artist creates an illusion similar to the hide action. Illusion. And hey, likewise, the artist takes joy markers from its enemies and shines them on its friends. The artist plucks love markers from its enemies and leaves them from a tree, like leaves from a tree. Plucks that, plucks that, plucks that. Yeah, pretty much artists leech mood from other people to make their own people happier. Like real life. So, mood marker among friend up to their limits. Okay, while I stay too long for Pony IRPG, I'm currently dying, so I will go to sleep. Yes, go to sleep, Manly. Don't worry, the video will be up. We're going to be talking about the Pony RPG in a bit. Sleepy time for Manly. I'll give a quick rundown on Equestria. Very simple. A little bit too simple for me. That's my burning opinion. I wonder if the author has pets. Yes, this game is actually based on one of his pets. You have the Bard, which buffs your friends. All friends gain various markers. The Cook also augments these. Richly bruised dice to augment attack. You can always low inhibitors to use Cook's other calling talents as well. Yeah, courtiers, like you make them gain. You can pretty much force your enemies to get other markers. Yeah, this is one of those weird ones. Welcome to the Cybertooth. Yeah, you pretty much augment yourself. You spend to reflexively use your weep action. Now, interestingly enough, Jaster here actually has, he actually did 100% on Daredevil. However, his Cybertooth that he took, he has actually combat reflexes. You can spend 1 anger marker to reflexively attack someone. So pretty much, it's like, I'm going in for the big hit, reflex, and decapitate somebody, because he's actually augmented. Yeah, hide reflexively, subdermal armor, nana cyber jumpers. Yeah, the Daredevil is legitimately all about... Daredevil wants to get hurt because they get markers out of it. You can voluntarily also take wounds. So, yeah, hurt yourself. And guess what? You get more shit. Yeah, you freeze the tears they're about to shed, effectively blocking them from weeping. Coward eyes. You'll spend a love marker. You expertly freeze a shadow and bar them from hiding. Yeah, you can just freeze people. Or you can create companions. Cool. With sensors. Neat. Yeah. This is pretty much how the classes work, is that you're using your emotion dice or you're using the tokens. That's why I say the tokens are really valuable. Like, the tokens are essential to how this game actually functions. Because what you're going to need to do more than anything is you're going to have to set your dice on these. You're going to set your dice on there, and you're going to have to manage those tokens expertly. And that's why for like Jaster, his entire thing, as you can see here, being a master Daredevil, literally anytime he gets hurt, he can gain whatever marker he wants. Like, he can just gain markers. And that means he's getting pluses where he needs to. So anytime he gets hurt, he's just going to add more anger markers. Anger markers that he can use to then trigger combat reflexes to hit people. That's his entire thing. There's a lot of these, may take friends with you, may create several friends at the same time, may create defensive barrier. This is when you can merge them together. And that's like, okay, hey, we can move a bunch of things together. If you want to do these all, synergies and special callings, it's like, okay. Why does it look like it came from I? Machinists can create bomb drones. Valanza Portal, yeah. What we don't see is the Mitchim and their funny black flag. Why does it look like it came from... Yeah, there's full-on, electrical implants. And we don't quite talk about that. Or it's like, yeah, technically you can add or block action instead of buying an additional action or paralyzing a foe. You may have force enemy to act however you decide, which is fucked up. Remote blasting, transfusion, bard and courier, adventurers and witches to steal luck from people. Now, swearing allegiance to a house is very important. You have to do that. Now, every single house has a variety of virtues and sins. Anytime you follow the virtue of your house, you're going to get karma. Karma allows you to effectively reroll your dice. It is very good, and it's much more of a traditional meta currency. That's the thing. It's more of a traditional meta currency rather than the raw value importance of the Mitchim motion tracking. However, here's the thing. If you take a sin, if you do the naughty things, you don't get karma, you instead have to remove the sin. Now, House Barsic, protect the wild. Their big thing is conservation. Barwinism. Yes, they believe in Barwinism. Barsic School Charles Barwin, which means Bearwin. Figuring out why he got the names, less speculation. Charles realized species adapted to their environment over time. Studying all life expression uncovered biological origin of the Mitchim species. Barwinism believes that their time is limited and their species were to be studied and protected. We don't believe in social Barwinism that slowly evolved from it. Social Barwinists are not really taken kindly. However, there are still quite a few social Barwinists out there that would like nothing more than to eliminate the lesser people. Now, forces of nature, bada bada with you, also known as Mutter Barsic, giver of life. Bada bada with you, bada bada with me. This is House Growling, Forever Onward. They literally want to build their own city underground. It's called Plutopolis, the city of riches. Many skeptics point out it should be called Plutopolis, city of wastes instead. Yeah, they legitimately want to create their own city to just fund, I guess, the war on terror. It's like, oh. So, we also have, their big thing is civilization, and they believe in the bureaucratology. Keeps reality running as it is. If you are valuable to the CPU, there's no need to worry. Like industrious bees, scurry through the tunnels of the Under Empire to provide offerings to the highest providers. There's a purpose. They're like cogs in the great machine. They literally believe that Techno-Jesus is real. That's their thing. Yeah, many of them take well to maximum valorization. Concept is alien to other tribes. Money! Yeah, they've invented capitalism. Yeah, these guys are just the normal guys. They just believe in being cool with each other. That's, yeah. So, generally speaking, these are your minor sins, generally speaking, everyone is fine with you doing on accident once or twice, but it's like, yeah. They don't want you to kill people, though. Now, as civilization, it's refuse tools out of fear or disdain, going completely naked for an extended period of time, refusing to plan thorough and consider other options, refuse having culture, behaving like an animal. Civilization is super easy to not break. This is just rapture. Yeah, generally speaking, charity is the hardest. because it's like, don't hurt a being. Don't hurt anybody. Don't kill anybody. Don't like refuse. Like, this is like, you're going to hurt yourself more than anything. Civilization is like, don't be a barbarian. Don't be an animal. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, conservation is like, don't be a dick. I'm like, okay, understandable. Technically, you can have like just about anything. The issue is you only really have tools, accessories, and technical stuff. You can have one of these to start with, but you can have in total 3, one of each. Tools, for example, like a sword, a spear. But if you're part of one of the houses, you may get a hoverboard or a tactical gauntlet. Cloaks, you have the Gladed Wing Cloak, fly like a leaf through the wind. Preserver Cloak, Chameleon Suit. Technically, I could have just gone for a House Grawling for Techno Overalls, or a Technical Armor 2. Very reusable items such as the Boomerang, Breathing Pearl, the Valiant Shield, including just having a Tactical Gauntlet to dispel magical effects. And then at the very bottom, we learn how to make a Mitchim properly. This is how you do it. It's not very difficult. Like, you only really get one piece of gear. You choose your you choose your basic gear, you choose your basic abilities, and that's really it. You earn experience by doing things. Just come to concession. Step 1, come to the game. Anytime you can start buying more talents, and some of these are pretty expensive. Now, to give you an idea, you get 5 XP off the bat. You can purchase one other talent, but it actually gets cheaper going on. So it only costs in total 4, 3, 2, and finally 1 to max out my second one. However, if I want to start a third path, it's 7, 5, 4, 3, 1. My fourth path is 8, 6, 5, 4, 2. It gets a lot more expensive over time. Starting out is a lot harder than anything else. But you can also, mind you, if you want to, you can also improve. You cannot improve your motion, but you can kind of swing, change them around a little bit. Can become tedious. Instead, you can just buy the whole colleague for the summed XP cost. I don't know why that's just not a note. Like that. That's pretty obvious. Like that. I don't know about you guys. That seems pretty obvious to me anyway. So ultimates. Your ultimate ability, nothing but starting point from your own creations on. Ultimates are permanent part of a character. You have to use a karma. When you use a karma, you immediately trigger it in their power boosters to a single emotion, as well as triggering a secondary mechanic. Something goes on. So, you get something, for example, like Shock Charge. Supercharges itself with the electrical current for greatly increase its anger rating. Your target is standing on conductive material. You also hit secondary targets standing next to the same material. Cool. Easy enough to understand. Always once they require, they can be used anytime. Find the karma point, meet the trigger with the bonus effect. Cool. They don't really tell you much else outside of that. Yep, that's it. Depending on the level of the alt, you get more stuff. That's it. You want to create more content, alternative callings, new callings, and this is how you set up a scene. This is how you connect them all together. If you want to do a basic escort mission, yeah, they start you off with an escort mission. Oh boy. Here's the various queens. Here's the various Cornelius Funkerflug. Yeah, this is his. That's. Yeah. Staunch supporter of capitalism. Yeah, welcome to Someone had a lot of fun writing all these. Technically, there's a bunch of other things like, oh, hey, there's the veil. There's how magic works. There's how all these things work. Don't think about it too hard, because who fucking cares? Generally speaking, if you're a jackass, you're going to turn into a monster. So, what is my opinion on Mitchim? Mitchim is there for every good idea, there's always like one weird thing that you look at, you're like, what the fuck were you thinking? Every single time. It's like, oh, cool, tying emotions to stats, like, cool idea. What the fuck were you thinking with all, like, the little bonuses? God, that'd be a bitch to track. Okay. Hey, like, oh, okay, cool, callings kind of have some unique things. You can kind of go into any calling you want. What the fuck is up with the skills? Like, how all the skills are, like, just tied to, like, individual abilities, and they don't really feel unique in any way. And they don't really explain, like, how they interact with each other sometimes very well, outside of just saying they do. There's a lot of little things like that. Munchkins playing the game. Munchkins would enjoy playing the game in its most basic form. Anything more advanced than that, I could see them getting a little confused. Like, having to manage, like, the fact that, how do I want to word? The fact that when you roll a 6, you might get a +1 to later abilities, because you're effectively getting that little point. But that little point, you can only have a certain amount of them on your character sheet at any one time. So you might roll a 6, and you'd be like, oh, well, can I use this now? And the answer is no, unless you start switching things out elsewhere, but then you have a bunch of things on your fucking sheet. That could get a little confusing, but at its very basic core, D6, bunch of dice, and have some fun. Alright, cool. Callings are kind of boring, not gonna lie. Wish there's a little bit more to each one of them, to give them a little bit more to do, rather than just being like, you just don't use this now, or you just do this. Like, it makes them feel less like unique callings, like, oh, this is not my calling. It's, this is me, you taking this calling, because I damn well know this are the effects it has. Wish there was a little bit more there. Ultimates are dull. I want to be honest with you, ultimates are dull, because, like, they don't actually give you anything. Because you're supposed to just come up with it on your own, which is a little bit like, that's a cop-out. Come on, that's a fucking cop. But yeah. Interesting game, maybe worth maybe worth gutting, if that makes sense. Maybe worth going through with a fine-tooth comb and just like tearing out the guts of what is appropriate. But generally speaking, it works. So, the quintessential thing that everyone was excited for, we're here finally, everybody. Get ready. Or should I say, get ready, every pony. Oh boy, every pony, we're doing it. Get your cutie marks ready. I am in abject hell. Please send help. Welcome to Tales of Equestria, a game about ponies. Play the song, no fat, play it. Give me 1 second. Nope, that's not it. I'm gonna like pervert, like, is that it? Okay, we'll play the OP. We'll play it, not Equestria Girls. There we go. Is this the
My little pony, my little pony.
Okay. I've lost all sense of right or wrong.
I used to wonder what friendship could be.
Oh.
Until you all shared its magic with me.
Oh,
Big
Jesus.
adventure, tons of fun. A beautiful heart, faithful and strong.
Like, the thing is, like, I already know I'm going to explain
And
more.
magic makes it all complete to have mine. Do you know you are my very best friends?
Yep, there we go. That's My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Oh boy. I do sure love. I'll string you. Yes, this is My Little Pony Tales of Equestria. And if you notice, that is spelled correct. This is Tales of Equestria. Now, I'm gonna be blunt with y'all here. I'm not a brony. I'm not man with pony avatar. I am not a brony. Yeah. So, how do I want to word this? Okay, we know we're gonna be blunt about it. My Little Pony is actually a pretty extensive franchise at this point. Now, if we want to be a little bit direct about things, My Little Pony. Let's just pervert. Fuck my search history. I don't need it. So this is the My Little Pony universe, or the extended universe, especially when it comes to friendship is magic. Technically, this is the 4th incarnation. This is Gen 4 of Hasbro's My Little Pony franchise. Because if you go into the idea of the fourth introduction, that's how it goes. Now, interesting thing to understand is you have the let me do the MLP generations. Let's learn about the generations, everybody. So you got the yeah. Let me. Oh Jesus. Okay, yeah, you got the really early versions where they all look like distinctly like a horse. Then you got the later versions, like there's Gen 1, Gen like 2-ish, Gen 3, where they still kind of did like their animated, like the Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 3.5, and then we have Gen 4. Gen 4 is like the one everyone knows. That's the My Little Pony thing. Everyone's a brony. Remember that. Everyone was a brony back in 2010s. Then in 2013, we had the spin-off, which was Equestria Girls, which was just like the humans now. It was like to capitalize on the Barbie thing. Not the Barbie thing. It was capitalized off the Bratz thing. That's it, Bratz. Then you have the Flash Forward 2019. Then they had like the Teen Titans Go ripoff. Now we have Gen 5, which they're all like Jimmy Neutron fucking horses. This is the new set of horses. I'm gonna be blunt with everybody here. Just blunt with me, you, everyone here. Okay, are you ready? We're gonna be blunt with ourselves here. Gen 4. We're just gonna be see this shit? You see this? This shit pumped out money, baby. This was money. This shit was cash. Everyone had money. Everybody was happy. And Lauren Faust, I believe her name was, Lauren Faust made the show, and it was incredibly popular among just about every single person. Children loved it because it was actually good storylines. Teens loved it because there was actually stories going on with it. And of course, adult men loved it because adult men were the bronies. Those motherfuckers printed out everything, baby. You wanted to be a pony. Everyone was a pony. There's pony everything. You type in pony anything, trust me, there's gonna be a fucking pony somewhere in it. Okay. Okay. Let me just breathe in a little bit. Let me just breathe in. My Little Pony fourth generation made fucking bank. Why did this show become popular with adult guys? It's a mystery. There's 3 theories behind it. Theory 1. First theory. It was actually well animated. And it was actually well voice acted. It was done by people who clearly cared. It was pretty much the guys who like first got into it were the animation guys. And they were like, yeah, this thing looks good. It's animated well. It's a high quality work. Then people started getting into it because the storyline started getting better, and then people were more invested in the story of things, and because people were more invested in the story of things, people were like, I want to that, and then, you know, those people were always there, the furries were always there, and they were like, I want to do terrible things to the horse, and they did do terrible things to the horse. And then we have the beautiful thing, what I like to refer to as unabashed autism. And unashamed autism is rampant undiagnosed schizophrenia, because those fuckers will literally do anything. And thus we ended up with, let me just do something. If I type this in, Amnesia: The Dark Descent, except everyone's a pony. Let me think of some let me think of some other ones out there that you can just slap it up, make it a fucking horse. You would be amazed how adaptable. It started as a meme. It always starts as a meme, Ironside. It always starts as a meme. But then people took it seriously. Yeah. And then things got escalated, and things just got worse. And things got worse and worse and worse. And BronyCon was a thing. It was a lot of money. And trust me, the fucking horses, the horses are still around, especially in our sphere, because we've got probably one of the most famous, I guess you would refer to it as, which is Pony Finder. Say hello to Pony Finder, everybody. This is the undiagnosed schizophrenia of our hobby, because of course there is Pony Finder. I met the guy who wrote Pony Finder. Pony Finder, fun fact. Nice dude, very not anything what you would, not anyone you would actually think about, like looking there. Because the thing is, this is not official in any capacity. This is not official in any remote capacity. Because this takes place in a different setting, because they don't actually have the rights to make this. And it's like, oh, but it's Pony Finder, it's pretty much, no. No. This is technically not illegal for them to do. That's a very important thing. This is not technically fully, like, Equestria legal. But the ponies have always been there. Rest assured, ponies have always been there. Everyone started on B. There's a reason MLP exists. Honest to God, Ironside. MLP exists because of that on 4chan. But yeah, you've got a few of these. But one of the interesting bits is that there wasn't really a role-playing game for a while until Tales of Equestria. Right here, you see Tales of Equestria. This is an official game, mind you, by River Horse Studios. Now, Tales of Equestria is very much based off the 4th edition, you could say, of the game. Now, of the fourth generation of ponies. Everyone knows that it's My Little Pony, Friendship is Fucking Magic. And that's just something we all have to accept. Now, interesting note about this. I'm going to try my best to go over pony lore real fast. So, okay, everybody, let me just geez. What's a good thing to show pony lore off? You know what? We'll actually, we'll do give me a Princess Celestia, My Little Pony. There we go, Princess Celestia. We'll show you. Okay, time for a quick rundown on My Little Pony 4th generation lore. All right, everybody. Okay. A long time ago, there were race wars between the unicorns, the Pegasi, and the Earth Ponies, or as I like to refer to them as the Flying Ponies, the Magic Ponies, and the Dirt Farmer Ponies. Now, with those 3 factions warring with each other, they actually wanted to find a land where they could be safe, because guess what? there were nightmare creatures beyond the colors of time, and pretty much trying to freeze them over and kill them all. They flee to a place called Equestria. They work together using the power of love and friendship to build Equestria for everybody. However, there's an issue. They managed to find this woman. This is Celestia. Celestia and her sister, Luna, managed to pretty much keep the sun coming up and the moon coming up. They pretty much alternate going up and down to keep the day going. Until late season, apparently. I don't really watch that far ahead. But the big thing here is that during the prehistory of equestrian prehistory, before the show even begins, I can very accurately say shit was fucked. Like, holy shit. Like, there was like devil gods, people were getting mad at each other, people were getting exiled to other dimensions, there was just carnage, bloodshed, it was a fucking mess. But don't worry, using the power of friendship and the, what the fuck are they called? Not cutie marks, aspects of friendship or whatever. Using the power of literal friendship, they sealed everything back and Equestria happens. This leads to, I'm trying to remember all the names of the stupid horses. Rainbow Dash? I think that's her name. Rainbow Dash does a sonic rain boom. That's what they kept calling it. They called it a sonic rain boom. She goes fast, gets a stupid cutie mark. And the cutie mark is your like sign of your existence. Like you pretty much have to follow what that is or you'll be miserable. So all I can say is that I fucking do not envy the man who got like an accounting one, being like, congratulations, what's your cutie mark? Oh, I do accounting. Oh. Let me think. First season happens, they use the power of friendship to fuck something up. Season 2, they use the power of friendship to fuck another thing up. Season 3, I think someone becomes an alicorn. They're alicorns. Celestia and Luna are alicorns, which I have learned are literally gods. There's gods of the setting. That's one thing I've learned. I'm gonna try to remember more fucking pony lore. Something about the primal essence of chaos is involved. There is nightmare creatures beyond the color of time. One lady is just a cunt. Like the changeling lady, she's just a cunt. Like I'm saying that in like the nicest way possible. She's just a terrible person. I'm like, oh, you're just kind of an irredeemable bat. You're kind of an irredeemable bitch. No way, so would Pathfinder would find another Hasbro property. Yeah, Ponyfinder's been around for like ever. Like you gotta remember that. Ponyfinder's been around for a long ass time. Yeah, I don't remember much else about pony lore, but that's pony lore for you. Generally, the best way I can think about it is My Little Pony Equestria is effectively 1984, the game. Because you are assigned what you are in your life. Now, Tales of Equestria, they actually had the license for this for a while, River Horse. Now, who owns River Horse, you may ask? Well, who could own River Horse? Well, it's actually by a guy named Alessio Cavatore. We've actually gone over a couple of these games before. We've gone over things such as the Labyrinth game. We've talked about the Dark Crystal game. There's just a full like Franz card game they made. A Terminator card game. They made like a river. They've made a bunch of things. A lot of board games, a lot of licensed stuff. Very much their Tales of Equestria is like the moneymaker. But you see the Labyrinth RPG, you see the Dark Crystal RPG. But who is Alessio Cavatore, you may be wondering? Alessio Cavatore? Well, this is Alessio. Interesting thing to note about him. He is fundamentally behind Warhammer. He was one of the fundamental people behind Warhammer Fantasy Battles. He also headed up the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game. Almost responsible for all rules material published for the 3 main systems of Warhammer, Warhammer 40,000, and Lord of the Rings. And in 2006, he also wrote the new edition. Yeah, he pretty much designed Mordheim. He has also designed Kings of War. He's pretty big. Yeah, back in 2010, he pretty much made it to publish his own games. That's really what he decided to do. He does a lot of things. Like, that's the thing you gotta remember. He just does stuff. And a lot of people go to him, and he's probably on a bunch of different games out there that you just don't even hear about. Like, he did Bolt Action, for God's sakes. According to some people. Is the author a Sethian? According to one of the people that I was talking to, Witchkrieg, apparently Alessio's fucking loaded. Oh, and I mean by the idea of, like, he invested in Games Workshop very early on, and he's just kind of coasting off that because he's pretty much like, he gets any copy of Warhammer sold, any copy of, Lord of the Rings of the games sold, he gets a cut of it. So yeah, he's doing pretty well for himself, all things considering, including the Bolt Action, including the Kings of War, including all the other things he's been a part of. Generally, he has the job that I want in my life. Yeah, Alessio is a fascinating duck. And this, I think, was literally a series of passion projects for the guy. He's like, I have the ability, I have the how-to. Why don't I just write my own thing? Because I can do that. Because this is directly his game. Like, that is a very important thing to note. This is not anyone. This is... I wanted to write Tales because after watching a single episode of the TV show repeatedly with my young daughter, I've truly grown to love Friendship is Magic. Like, yeah, he pretty much wrote this for his kid, probably. Is he a full-on brony? I don't think so. But he's like, hey, I have a kid. I'm writing this for her. And you know what? Awesome. Fuck it. We're gaming. But yeah, very much his. Dylan Owen and Jack Caesar are the other two kind of designers at River Horse. But you kind of give the idea of, like, Hasbro had a pretty big hold over this. To the point where the bestiary of this book, not this particular book, but the bestiary book he put out, which it has things like a flump in it and a bunch of like bugbears and stuff, because guess what? Hasbro. They have the okay from Hasbro. They were allowed to use D&D stuff because Hasbro owns the rights. Yeah, they use stills from the show a lot. Like, this game came out, when did this game? This game came out in 2019. But this game isn't, like, super old, like, relatively speaking. Of the games we've gone over, this is the most recent. It is a storytelling game, very simple. Kind of see our heroes. Obviously, I needed to bring in someone appropriate, someone qualified. Thus, we're bringing in Spoinglo Kraska. I think Spoinglo will be the man of the hour. I think we need him to really get the idea of how to most accurately ponify our day. So, for older readers, educational purposes like, hey, live together during play will form subject. No, it's fun to play. It's fun to do things with. He rolled the cutie mark of rich game designer. One thing to note about this game as well is Tales of Equestria actually had a community, like, relatively speaking. You kind of see right here, this is the full Tales of Equestria Reddit. 20 days ago even, module for Fallout Equestria supplement. Yeah. playing TOE in Germany. Happy Cake Day. I made a little character card for everybody. Pretty simple stuff. They've been talking about things. Now, one of the more interesting kind of idea is, where it's, Renegade Studios, MLP. Because one of the odd bits is that they actually are, kind of see here, this is Renegade Game Studios. Renegade Game Studios actually has a lot of ties to Hasbro. You kind of see up here Transformers, G.I. Joe, Power Rangers. They did all the role-playing games for them. Now, you kind of see all of these things. They do actually apparently have the pre-order for the My Little Pony core rulebook here. I want to kind of talk about this at the end, but I think it's valid to do it here. Unless you lost the license for Tales of Equestria proper, this is going to be the new version. This is not the new version necessarily. What this is that it's going to be using the same system as all of these, which is the called Essence 20. It's going to be using Essence 20. Most likely a simplified version of Essence 20. But yeah. You kind of even see all the different dice and stuff. But yeah, as you can kind of see, it's not even like the newest generation. It's just this one. It's just the fourth one because that's what people care about. Fun fact. I thought that would be appropriate to tell people about. But yes. Pencil and eraser. Pony sheets. Hey, every pony. Tokens of friendship. It's a circle. We go circle right back. Role play. Generally speaking, it says like, oh, well, you need to use all of the dice. You don't. Like, generally speaking, these are going to be your primary dice, like right around here. Kind of the D10 to D6 for players anyway. Other equipment, Game Master screen. You want to have supplements and adventures, quite a few. Don't forget to bring your very own figurine. You do have your very own MLP figurine, right? You wouldn't be a little bitch and not have your very own My Little Pony figurine, would you? That jar isn't going to fill itself. But yeah, creating your own pony character. Yeah. Making characters in this game, really simple. So you have 3 options. You can use magic, you can fly, or you can get shot and get back up. Those are your 3 options. Everyone's going to be level 1, and then you go select your element of harmony. You don't actually have the element of harmony or whatever, because that's like, these are like actual mechanics in setting. You don't actually have that. That's what you embody. Are you really honest? Are you kind? You want to make everyone laugh? Are you generous? Are you loyal? Or do you have the power of magic? Other deck, oh. Yeah. The Renegade is effectively an arm of Hasbro at this point. The 5 useless so 5 useless traits and magic. I'll have you know, none of these do anything. None of these do anything. They are literally just for you to like how you choose to approach things. Like it's more like a role playing thing. As you can see, body and mind. So you have 2 options. You can be a strong pony, or you can be a brainy pony, because there are 2 stats. Well, there's 3 stats, but I'll get to charm in a second. Yeah, you have 3 options. You effectively have 3 stats: your body, your mind, and your charm. That's everything. That's all you're going to be rolling. That's all you need to be rolling. And your basic stats here are going to be determined by this option. You effectively have the option of D6 body, D4 mind, or D6 mind, D4 body. If you are an earth pony, though, you get to bump up your body die by 1. So you can be a D8 D8, D4, or a D6, D6. But you wouldn't be playing a regular boring earth pony now, would you? Those dirt farming peasants. Someone post the My Little Pony slurs. So since friendship is magic. Since friendship is magic, if I fail at a magic check, does that mean my friends don't like me enough? Yeah, pretty much. That's how magic works in setting. So charm shows how nice, polite, pretty, handsome, gentle, or charming your pony is. Your pony uses charm to make friends. Everyone has the same charm at D6. And you're going to have two options. You're going to have 10 stamina or 12 stamina. That's it. You're going to be losing stamina constantly. Most everything is going to be a competition to lose your stamina in some variety. Hey, we've marched a lot. We're going to be subtracting our stamina. Hey, I've been hit by an attack. I'm going to lose stamina. Hey, I'm being dumb. You're getting stamina. Hey, I got hit by a car. You're going to be getting stamina. So, talents. Now, you do get a variety of like basic talents, including your cutie mark talent. Yes, it is very important you managed to get your cutie mark talent. Now, all of these are going to be tied together in our various three. You get some basic ones. The first one is our Earth Pony. That's our Earth Pony. They get the Stout Heart talent, which is just be a brick shithouse. Just be a brick. That's all you gotta be. If you're a unicorn, you have telekinesis. It's your magic. And the Earth Pony isn't. If you have a Pegasus, you can fly. Because you have wings. I've summarized all the races for you. Can you play the other races? No. You can't play these. There might be an expansion book, so they might not. You do have some quirks. Quirks are negative things, but also not really. It just makes things harder for you in the grand scheme of things. Don't forget your portrait, and make sure they do actually make a point for it to draw your pony in the portrait box. You also need to draw your cutie mark. Remember, as you can see here, Spoinglow I tried to make as accurate as possible because he is an earth pony. His cutie mark, however, is the stare, while he has his basic talent of Stout Heart. He does have a short fuse because he's in fact Irish, of course represented by his cutie mark of the Irish harp. I thought that would be the most appropriate for Spoinglow, my boy Spoinglow. Just imagine this, Ironside. It's just like, it's My Little Pony, and then you just see a photorealistic horse. Just in the middle. Are there any stallions? Yes, there are extensive numbers of stallions in Ponyville. Thank you very much. They're just not main characters, except when they are main characters. Like the one time when Weird Al Yankovic showed up. Let's remember when Weird Al Yankovic showed up. So Vosh would like it. See, that's the curse thing. But yeah, no, it's Spoinglow here is our appropriate cutie mark Irishman. Do make sure to draw your pony appropriately. Name your pony. And then you have 400 bits. 400 bits is way too much money. Like, not gonna lie. That's a shit ton of money in this game. Then you have your tokens of friendship. Make sure you have some of these. You're going to need quite a few of these to make your life easier. You're going to get a lot more of these as things go on. These make checks simpler. They make your life easier. It's a meta currency, but it's a pretty simple one, all things considering. So we have our pony kinds. So here's Canterlot. Here's Ponyville and the Everfree Forest. Here's Apple Sousa, Lost Pegasus, Applewood, The Rock Farm, Dodge City, Undiscovered West, the Frozen North, the Crystal Empire, Crystal Gladsdale. Yeah, the Bugbear Territory, Griffinstone Station, Gudo River, the Gutterfish, Yonder Two Griffins, Dragons, Be Here, Jungle, Badlands, Pony Kinds, Earth. Any Earth bird live on farms and rural communities. Shy away from large cities like Manhattan and Philadelphia. Yes, Philadelphia. I hate everything about this fucking setting. In fact, when you look at Equestria, you'll often find Earth ponies living there, since the great endurance means they can thrive in whatever ponies call barren wastelands. Ponies sound hard, allows them to withstand great hardship. Backbone of group of ponies being the rock the other ponies can lead on. Yeah, the thing with Stout Heart is that you just increase your body by a step, in addition to having more stamina. Yeah, you can just endure more. You can get punched in the face and just get up. Unicorns are just magic. Only know a little magic in relation to their cutie mark. These unicorns know a lot of magic. Powerful magical creatures in Equestria. Hello, unicorns. It's my unicorns. They have telekinesis. That's their thing. See, it's always cursed when you realize, like, oh, what's your cutie mark? I am a literal servant. Wait, this is just California. Yeah, Hasbro. Okay, Hasbro owns the technical merchandising rights to a lot of things. But Hasbro directly owns D&D, they directly own My Little Pony, they directly own G.I. Joe, they directly own a lot of things. Yeah, Hasbro owns a lot of things. Like, I don't know where you got the idea, like, they didn't own both, but yes, they do own both. Hasbro owns a lot. Like, if anytime you get curious, just Google up and you can see where they own, like IP-wise. But Pegasi, they fly. That's their ability; they can fly. Then we have the godforsaken alicorns. I had to look about what alicorns really were. Although powerful and beautiful, just as sensitive as other ponies, and most often love to be treated like any other pony. Many ponies find this hard, always wanting to show respect and politeness. You can find it hard to find true friends. Strong bonds and Tales of Equestria. Your character cannot be an alicorn. You cannot be a literal god monster upon, reality. They do not allow that. The main character, Twilight Sparkle, I believe. Yeah, Twilight Sparkle's her name. She becomes the Princess of Equestria because she gets it. Except this thing. She's a baby alicorn. She's unique. That's how it works. That's how that works. Alicorns are the demigods of the world. More gods than dead. Yeah. You gotta remember, when an alicorn shows up, they're effectively godlike beings. Like, Celestia and Luna literally control the fucking sun and the sun and the moon coming up. That's just their thing they do. Oh, what's your job? I make sure the sun comes up. Oh, what's your job? I make sure the moon comes up. What? Oh, what's your cutie mark? I farm. Farm apples. That's all the fucking thing you want to eat here. I've eaten meat. I was in the war. Yeah, where's that cutie mark where you just see a fucking like butcher's cleaver being like, what? Maybe those versed in pony lore. Hey, the moon 1-8 all controls dreams and nightmares. So see, this doesn't help at all. Like, Like, I wonder if there's anything in setting where it's like, yeah, you just have the wrong fucking cutie mark. Like, that one is just no-no. Like, oh god, what's that mean? Oh, you like hurting people. Uh, uh, maybe not. Maybe we should not deal with you. Yeah, sorry, I have the knife cutie mark that lets me want to hurt people. Like, oh goodness. Yeah, generally speaking, you want to, these elements of harmony pretty much don't do anything strictly mechanical. They just kind of give you an idea of what they're kind of like. Because technically the element of harmony or the elements of generosity and all these fucking things, all of those are tied to very specific characters. We don't talk about Gen 5 because technically Gen 5 is the one after the race war happened, but we don't talk about that part. Mashallah. Generally speaking, we have our very basic stats here. We have body, we have mind, and we have charm. It's exactly as you think they're going to be doing things. Stamina, just kind of as I explained, you're going to be losing stamina for a lot of things. You hit 0 stamina, you're out of the fight. You're out of the situation, you need to sit down and rest. You are out of your fucking gourd. Yeah, you kind of see that? Not generally, yeah, you just need to sleep and you're going to get your stamina back very slowly. Have a good meal, you're going to get a little bit of stamina back. You know, you might get little bits, just something. That's called a sociopath, nope. All I'm saying is, Patrick Bateman pony, what's his thing? The pony with mind for, you know, so pretty much you just add up whatever these are, and that's how you get it. So, if you end up with like a D4, D6, you're going to get 10. If you increase these at all, guess what? You're going to have more stamina. The current the maximum stamina you can technically get is 40, because that's a D20 in both. Friendship. You get friendship by doing things. You're using tokens of friendship. What does that do? This is a majority of how you use tokens. You spend 1, you can ignore the result and roll the die again. If you have 2 tokens of friendship, you ignore the result and attempt the test again, but you roll a d20 instead of the die you were rolling earlier. 3, you just succeed without, just fucking succeed. Alternatively, you can use it to effectively to get it. And, you know, you can use it to give a little bit of like strokes of luck, things like that. They're pretty much your generic fate points. You're always going to need them to, how do I want to work it? You want to work together on these. You can mix them with tokens from your friends. The more you do, the more powerful they become. So even if you have 1 token left, you can use more tokens to change a single die roll event. If your friends agree to give back some of their tokens as well, throw them in with yours. Ultimate power of friendship. Sharing and caring and joining forces to overcome trouble. Tokens used together this way are worth more. Keep in mind when deciding the amount of tokens to give back for a certain result. Generally, you're going to get more tokens of friendship every time you level up, as well as just being cool with each other. Just being friends. Cool. That's as long as you are friends. Ta-da! I've explained to you how this like it's good to know that friendship is mechanically transactional. How much will you pay? Yeah, it's effectively asking yourself like, how much are you willing to pay to help your friends out? Being like, bro, we need help. Like, we're gonna succeed at this. We need to use the power of fucking friendship on this. And be like, all right, let's do this. You know, everyone, you know, kind of hoof bumps. Would that be it? Like hoof bump? Oh, their fucking hooves. It behooves you to work together. That was terrible. Oh, God. This happened when you're about 5 hours into something. So, tests are pretty simple. Everything you're going to be rolling is going to be a target value with just using the one ability. So, for example, Spoinglow here has D8 body. He needs to jump over something. Oh no. He's going to have to be doing a difficulty 4. He rolled a fucking 1. He fails miserably and everyone laughs at them. Let's say for again, roll again. He got a 5. He succeeds. That is the entire game. However, if you have a trait that is appropriate to it, you get to add whatever that trait value is as well. So for example, I've got D8 plus D6. Let's say I need to break through something. I go this, and I've got a 8 and a 6. I've succeeded. Me. Bad luck. Amazing success. If you double or more the difficulty of the test, you got a super success, and that adds in both of the results as well. So pretty much working together is good, and getting a bigger score is going to make sure your life gets a lot easier. But most of the time, it's like a D6 versus like 3. Like if you're working with like D6s here, use a 3. Like 2, maybe 3 will be good enough for you. Oof. Like the numbers are really tight on this. Like, yeah. Also, general rule of hoof. If a question comes up concerning whether a pony is able to do something using hoof, it's simply not to think too hard about it. Equestria depends far more on magic than science. Magic. Yeah, pretty much you get to add everything together. You don't pick the highest result, so that's pretty easy, pretty good for you to understand. Now, one of the things is sometimes you're going to be upgrading these. What happens when you upgrade these is that you go up a die level. So let's say I have my D8, I get an upgrade, it goes to D10. I upgrade my D6, it goes up to a D8, so on and so forth. If you're working together, all of you will add your dice together, and then you're going to pick the highest one. Cool. Now, one of the big things here is that now, if everybody's working together to carry something big or something, you're going to be adding all together, but you're reducing the difficulty by a good amount. So it's like, hey, everyone's still going to have to make these check, but instead of being a difficulty 7, it's now a difficulty 2. Easy. Think outside the box. Impossible tests. Oh no, if something's impossible, you can always use the idea of an exploding hoof. Exploding hoof technique for an impossible test. Pick a single die for your pony to use, and roll the test as normal. If you roll a 6, if you roll max, it explodes. That's all this is. It explodes. However, here's your chance to kick it down, or you can ask a stronger friend to give it a try. If the body was D10 or better. Alternatively, of course, there might be other direction you can explore rather than try to go through the door. That's how it works. Anytime you're working against somebody, you're going to be rolling and see whoever rolls the highest. Ta-da! Anytime you get into a fight, guess what you're going to be doing? You're going to be rolling, and whoever rolls the highest. This does lead to the ganging up mechanic. Because, for example, if you manage to dodge, cool. You're managing to get out of the way, and you're going to take whatever the highest result is. So you can just absolutely body someone if they roll poorly, leading to a situation like this. So, let's say for example, we are fighting. Let's say I've got my 1d8, and they've got four of them. They're gonna all roll. I'm gonna roll my dice. I rolled a 2. Rolled jack shit. I would take 6 damage from that. Now they roll a 6. And it's like, ow. But if I were to win, for an example, I now have to distribute my damage rather than doing anything like that. Owie zowie, my bony wonies. I am now going to be hurting here. because its damage is quite high, and you don't have a lot of health. That's pretty much it. I've explained to you a vast majority of the game. Most of the talents are pretty basic, but this is also going to be the thing that you want to kind of improve on their own. Now, generally speaking, every time you're going to be leveling up, you're going to be improving your talents, which is going to be the main way to do things, as well as getting new talents. Cool. Now, more talents you get, the more fun you're having. But you're always going to start with 2 talents. So I have the Stare and Stout Heart. The Stare is my cutie mark talent. That's the thing that really defines me. Stout Heart just came from who I am. So if I look over here, be like, hey, Pony of all trades mean I'm just kind of doing good at anything. Cool. Ow. Or, hey, you have the creative flair. You have the ability to use a force field. Yeah, if you're unicorns, you get a bunch of magic. If you're Pegasi, you can fly. Everyone else, well, fuck you, Earth Ponies. Yeah. 2 force other creatures have amazing ability to heal their friends with a touch. Roll healing touch. Yeah. Most of the talents do something. It's like, hey, you have something to do. Hey, you speak with animals, do something. Pony sense is an entire different thing. Special skill, you're just really good at doing one thing. It's how do I want to word that one? Special, there's a lot of these which are like special skill, choose one of these. One of these here. Oh, I can do pony sense, but here. But it's this, but it's this. That could be a little annoying for some people. I see Stout Heart, Stun Rays, Telekinesis. Yeah, well, Telekinesis. This is the Stare. You have the ability to look at someone to really look. When using the Stare, you must maintain eye contact with your target, then make a challenge using your Stare talent against their mind trait. If you succeed, they are frozen, unable to do anything. Get an amazing success, they will obey simple commands, just don't be too mean. Work for a short time, use on the same target once per adventure. Yeah, I'm gonna stare you down. Teleporting is an option. Quirks don't do much. How do I want to do this? However, quirks are also the way for you to get tokens of friendship. It's your anytime a quirk is preventing you from doing something, anytime a quirk is interfering with your life, you're getting a token of friendship. That makes your life easier. Cool. It's like, hey, that's something for you to do. For example, Spoinglow here has a hair trigger, has a short fuse. Anytime he gets into a fight that is probably avoidable or something that is going to be unfortunate, he's going to get a token of friendship because, hey, we celebrate our friends for all their flaws and their benefits. Yeah. Difficult quirks, blind or unable to walk. It can be excellent place to explore such ideas safely, allowing players to empathize with problems other ponies have, and roleplay their own struggles in a positive and fantastic world. There's some basic ones here. They really want you to write in your own. And they want you to quickly like, oh, this is who I am. Oh, hey, this is X-Pony Assemble. Yeah, pony names, cutie marks, portraits. They want to get you into the know of like, hey, we're making this. This is how you do the names. Hey, this is how you do cutie marks. Don't forget. Make sure you can find a blank pony sheet. Make sure to draw in it. Make sure to draw it. I mean, like 400's really valuable. You make 200 bits a month, mind you, plus or minus an equal number of bits equal to the roll of a d20. To give you an idea of sample prices, to buy actual metal armor is 200. You want to buy a rare book, it's 50. You want to buy elegant clothes, that's 100. Like, you can buy like a lot of things with just 100, with just like 400. Like, it's an insane amount. Like, the prices are a little low for like the economy on this, and maybe that's the point. But it's like, I bought for for Spoinglo here, I bought light barding, a helmet, some basic clothes, some saddlebags, and I still had 205. Like, as the GM, you're gonna have to be like, pay up, like pay a little bit more, pay a little bit more. Give me something to work with. Give me something to work with you. You only are going to level up when you really do something important. You know, it's when you have time to reflect. You want to write a letter. You know, you write a proper letter. One of your pony friends, either one of you have shared an adventure, you can help. Think back, what hard tests, what did your characters do? It's called experience. By accumulating experience, your talents ability grow and improve. Pretty much anytime you do a major event, you're going to go up a level. Hey, what can you do? You can upgrade any of your traits up by 1. D6 to D8. Ow. However, then you're going to increase your stamina. Then you're going to increase your friendship. You're going to get a little bit more of that. Then you get to upgrade all of the talents you already used. You didn't use any of your talents, but you did. However, after you've upgraded everything, you can upgrade an unused talent or learn a new talent. You level up very quickly in this game. Like, if you get like a good few levels, you get a shit ton of stuff. So heavy armor casters is a thing? No, they are not. That's the funny thing. You actually cannot fly or use telekinesis in heavy armor. You go down by 2 steps. If you want to play a warcaster effectively, you need to be very talented in telekinesis and flight to do that. That's like one big thing, but even like any armor is actually kind of a no-no for you. But as an earth pony, you don't have to worry about it. There is no reason for an earth pony to not take metal armor. I didn't because I thought I had less money than I actually did. Basic portraits, you know, level 10 and above. Hey, after you hit level 10, you can decide to retire. Fully expend powerful, you might prefer to leave adventuring your life to younger, more eager ponies. On the other hand, you can go on big adventures. Oh boy, you can also be a cutie mark crusader. If you want to, everything starts at D4 instead of D6. You don't have basic talents, you just have the very basic ones. You're like, yeah, you suck. You're a fucking horse. Yeah, basic adventuring tips and tricks. It's kind of even sees that. How do we describe our horse? What's this about? How do you play this? Be creative, have fun. It's not a competition. How to run it. Have fun doing this. PCs are called pony characters. Like, hey, all right, you know, hey, read the book, read adventure model, gather players, do all that. This game is incredibly simple, and they do go over, like, this is a sample scenario. Hey, this is level 1 characters. Cool. You know, are you still reading Naughty Pony? Stop reading. Naughty Ponies. It's pretty much an episode of the show that you just play out. If we go all the way down here, they do actually go over, yeah. These are some of the enemies. The main 6 are unique. They're only one of each of them. Sometimes important NPC, unique ponies, and other a term called NPCs. Oh boy. But yeah, to give you an idea, like, this is a diamond dog. Locate gems. They have digging. They'll fuck your day up. They'll beat the shit out of you. You're like a little pony, like, I want to help, I want to be that. The diamond dog's gonna kick your ass. He's got a D12 body. There's two fucking diamond dogs. They're gonna beat your ass. like, oh fuck. Ow. Yeah, mohawks, get it? Get it? Ah. Timberwolves, Ursa Minors. It's gonna die if you fight that. Here's Zecora, Zebra. She's insane. Here's Applejack with her D20s in literally everything. Cool. Fluttershy. Look, everybody, it's Fluttershy. Pinkie Pie. Have no fear. Have no fear. Look, everyone, it's Rarity. Rarity sucks. No one likes Rarity. Now what? There's Rainbow Dash. This is what she does. She's got D20s and everything, and she's built like a brick shithouse. And of course, we have Twilight Sparkle, everybody. She's got the Princess of Friendship. Whenever any pony uses a token of friendship Twilight's present, roll a d6 for each token used, or more, immediately return to the pony who used it. Here's a typical pony. Here's a typical Pegasus. Here's a typical unicorn. And then other stuff. This is one of those like bizarre things that I'm like, what the fuck is this? When you need to roll a die, say for example a D8, go to the right chart, the D8 in this case. Close your eyes and point a finger or pencil at a random line on the page. Open your eyes and look. The number on your finger pencil is what you rolled. In case you don't have dice, this is the method that they employed. Not like, hey, it's a D6 that counts for everything, or here's a D, no, you literally just close your eyes and choose. When I first read this, I was like, oh God. Like, oh. I'm like, how do you... It goes all the way up to D20, by the way. Like, it's one of those things where you look at, like, where in development did this come up? Being like, we don't have any dice. What do we do? Just randomly select it on the fucking board, I guess. But that's everything. That's Tales of Equestria. There's special dice you can get. You get the pony sheet pad. Make sure you buy that. Make sure you buy the expansion books. Quite a few expansion books. A lot of adventures. That's a big thing. The only made like supplement you think you would probably need is the bestiary of Equestria. You really get invested in this, and you want to play, this is really the only book you need, I would say. Because this is effectively a bestiary as well as just more stuff for you to do. So, Tales of Equestria. What's the 411? What's my burning pony opinion? No Ironside. Bad. Only Chad developers use the point at the sheet resolution mechanic. Like, it's you look at it, you're like, what in the god fucking damn? All right, you know what? Fine, cool. Here's the thing. Munchkins. Can Munchkins play this game? Very easily. Munchkins will understand this game very quickly. Adults, a little simple, but you could probably add stuff to it. Maybe that's going to be your thing. Maybe it won't be. Here's the thing. Do you like ponies? If the answer is, yeah, I love ponies. Cool. Then you might say, hey, okay, cool. This is going to be simple. It's easy. It's something that you can pick up and play with just about anyone and teach pretty quickly. If you're trying to get kids into role-playing games, and you look at your daughter and she's like, I don't like the swords. I don't like any of this. This is all too grim. I want to be something cool. I don't want to be a prince. I don't want to be a fucking hamster. I hate you, Dad. I want to be a pretty princess. And then you bust out the Tales of Equestria. And she's like, continue. And it's like, yeah, okay. It's simple enough for that. Could you play this with like adults, CZ? Yeah, maybe if you feel like it. Will there be any more support for the game? Probably not. Because I think they lost the license. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything more Tales of Equestria related. So, but if I don't hate this game, and I'm going to make a video on this game because, and it's going to be funny because I'm literally just going to have to make that video, and it's going to be me having to say, in all honesty and seriousness, yes, Tales of Equestria is a good game. It's written by someone who clearly knows what they're doing, who has clearly taken the time to be like, this is what kids are going to want to do, and how they're going to do it, and we're going to make it about fucking horses. And it's like, yeah, I can't hate this game. On the other hand, ponies. The ponies. Sir, please. But yeah, that is everything we are doing today. But that does lead us to our, well, how do I should do a little bit of a conclusion. Children's RPGs are going nowhere. I think as long as nerds are getting older and they're having children, that means people are going to want to make sure that their little brat gets involved in their thing faster and earlier. But I'm hoping that people kind of understand that kids aren't stupid. Like, that's like one thing you always got to remember. Kids are not stupid. Kids can be quite intelligent. They can be actually quite clever when they want to be. Hello. I think going forward, that's why Ryutama is actually, it's like, parents will make you play their favorite game, exactly. But then you have things like Ryutama's Picnic Mode. Picnic Mode is great for kids. Golden Sky Stories is built for children. Like, that game is real easy and real simple. And you can actually get some really nice little things on there. Even down to the fact that people don't even get into fights, they just fall over and start crying. Sit down. Hello, little Timmy. Hello, son. Hello, daughter. Guess what time it is, everybody? Roll up your manhunter. We're going hunting. We're hunting DBs. Son, you need to learn family business. Fuck PBTA. Son, you may be 1 year old, however. But yeah, children's RPGs are fascinating. I think we'll see more of them. Are there more children's RPGs out there? Oh yeah, there's quite a few different ones out there. This will most likely get a secondary case over time. There's a few that I just didn't go over because they were either like not quite as interesting or kind of ones I found during my exploration. I've read big, he's taught them Apocalypse World. Like, yeah, because Apocalypse World is super easy and super simple to understand. It's great for kids. And Tweeter. Yeah, God help those children. God help those beautiful children. Maybe they'll understand one day that their dad's a little bitch. Little bitch. My son is powered by the apocalypse. I only let him do things I write down on note cards. But yeah, you know what time it is, everybody. It's our favorite cock and ball torture session. Welcome to Kickstarter. Wait. Sorry. Gotta go here. Gotta go here. Pony power. Oh. Let's see, here's the thing is that I'm like let's actually check over here. Oops, saved projects. Let's newest tabletop games. Let's see. And ooh, we've got a dead one. We've lost one. Yeah, let's do some older ones. Let's take a note here. Guns Blazing succeeded. Host won. Machine Arena failed. Tabletop News somehow did it. I don't know how. Marrow Break looks like it got its money. That's cool. Marrow Break seems kind of interesting. Tales of Myriad. Yeah, this one seems kind of... This one looked odd. And Doomed Arthurian West. This one was strange. I want to see where it goes. Break is 3,000% funded at this point. And this one, yeah, funding canceled. Yeah, you're doomed. Not unsurprising. But yes, let us game. This is a special itch.io segment this week. I don't like that. Okay, STL files. Oh. D20 based, okay. STL. Millennia on Tabletop Simulator. Korg Slayer. Epic Battles. High Point out. STL. I do not know why they don't put STLs in their own thing. Like, it would make everyone's life easy. Eternal Grown Historical War Game. Chapter 0. Intro to World Building. Like, is anyone going to use this on the table? That's my question. No one's going to use it on the table. 5e and Pathfinder. Oh, look, everyone, it's the fucking meme animal. Ha ha ha, meme animal. God. Otherworld TRPG. Okay, all right. I see the little mark. Otherworld's TM. Rolling right. Gabe. Lovecraft's Tales. Do we learn his cat's name? Save me. Knave, 2nd edition, $14 gorillion later. Is that this Fire Emblem? I think that's just Fire Emblem. That's just Iron... Why? These aren't miniature. Why are these in tabletop games? Why? Put them somewhere else. They would probably do better. Why? Flower hunting in Victorian era. Scientific barbarian. New gaming content. Naval infantry. Very old school RPG adventure. That's Maria de Jesus. It's been so long, my love, my beloved. It's been so long. The Hydra Core, Hydra system. I've heard of you before. That you're gonna escape me. Oh, Mouse Veil. Oh, it looks cute. All right. Sword and Song Vet. I wonder what Forgotten Ballad is by Felipe de Silva. By Eric Bloat. That's a little bit suspicious. Felipe. The name sounds familiar. I tactically went over. We already went over the disabled miniatures. Thank you very much. We already went over that one, Sterner. They're hilarious. You know what? Fuck it. I'll even go over. We'll go over these because I think this is stupid. I'm going to talk about that a bit. But we'll do some quick run. Worker placement economy game. Okay. Why are you bringing Danny Trejo in here? I like Danny Trejo. He's kind of a cool dude. So... Yeah, let's... So, D20 base set in the world technology advanced hand in hand. Okay. Combat classes. Grappler. Javelinier. Ronin. Hunter. Arcanist classes. 40 playable races, arranged into peaceful, aggressive, and passive. That's not going to go over well. Anybody, in fact. Yeah, like the D20 game, RPG 7, full RPG 7 dice-based TTRPG. I mean, keep me informed. I don't know. Pew Pew, no disintegrations. At least in the Pew Pew series. Okay. We're on the Between World. That's I see that. I don't see that. Vincent Baker. Wait, that's not the Vincent Baker, right? Oh, it's this Vincent Baker. The one who keeps making weird anime games that everyone gets slightly uncomfortable with. Yeah, this is his first game. Yeah, he just does. Wait, or rulebook. Okay, this is the hack. Yeah, this guy is odd. He makes like a bunch of anime things, but it's like wanime. Okay, it's all a bunch of wanime stuff. It always looks weird. Knave. I've heard good and bad things about Knave. Some people love Knave, other people fucking despise it. I'm going to just not care. Mystery Flesh Pit. I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know what the hell this is. It sounds... I'm gonna just... Note pony. There's two Vincent Baker's bakery as he's gonna bake. Review Knave. It's your mum. Oh, Mystery Flesh Pit is one of the SCP type ARG things. Oh, I've heard about it. I thought it was just an SCP. So yeah, this is Hydra Core. I believe we talked about Hydra before. 13th move. Oh, you're this guy. The one that made this thing, which was kind of cursed. Like, emphasize teamwork, cyberpunk, gothic horror, shifters. No, I don't think it's the Hydra guy. I don't think it's powered by Hydra guy. I don't think so. Like, he's literally not even making a game necessarily. He's making a universal system. For $5,000 fucking dollars. I hope you fail, you fucking goblin. Mouse Veil. Pretty humble goal, things considering. Mouseketeers. Let me see. Mouse Veil. $1,000. Even though it's not $1,000 for... Okay, that's stretch goal. Aquatic expansion. So... Oh, pulling inspiration from 5e Pathfinder. I mean, when it comes out, 11 people backed $800? Jesus fucking Christ almighty. 5 fucking people did the entire thing, pretty much. Yeah, because yeah, 5 people got dumped $100 into it. That's a little weird. $50. Like, what do you get? A custom lizard? The fuck is that? Concept art bundle? Like, $25 for just the PDF? The fuck? How big is this thing gonna be? We intend to initially release PDF version of the entire guide within roughly a month's time in physical hardcover copies. We're only trying to print 20 copies, cost us over $1,000. So they're just trying to get it. What the fuck? Oh, you're in LA. Oh. Oh, God. I mean, that looks weird. Here's the thing. This looks weird. Like, because there's only 20 hardcovers being printed. Like, why don't you just do printed cost? Like, why don't you just do, like, TTRPG, like, printed cost? Like, that would be a lot easier for you to do that. Like, that's really suspicious. Yeah, by Felipe de Silva. I know that piece of artwork. I know this game. This game already exists. This game already exists. Yeah, okay. You know, The Legend of the Forgotten Ballad. Yeah. It's a fucking pamphlet game. You expanded it into 52 pages. And how much money do you want for it? $2,000. Oh, gee. I have a strange feeling it's not going to be much. Felipe was... Let me see if I remember. Felipe, he is the weird one, if I remember correctly. He's one of the odd ducks. It's weird that... is Eric Bloat doing this? I don't know about you. Okay, so we're going to talk about this for a second. I find it fascinating. Yeah, though, yeah, Knave is fairly simple 1ES theme. Really good random tables, mind you. Here's the thing. I've talked about with, you know what, I'll actually talk about this with random fucking tables. I hate random tables. You wanna know why I fucking hate random tables? Because people think that's a game. It's not. Knave is a super simple game. You're gonna stretch it out for like 500 tables. 500 tables do not mean jack shit. Mind you, do not mean jack shit if the game isn't very good. That's why I always hate that argument. I hate that every single fucking time. I'm not getting mad at you, Fail. Yeah, that's the thing. Don't. I'm not getting mad at you. Yeah, it's like I see that a lot with like Morkborg a lot. It's like, oh well, the tables are really good. Tables are so inspiring. I mean, like, that doesn't mean jack shit. It doesn't matter if it's like inspiring if like the game itself is not great. Like, oh boy, the artwork of this game is amazing, but I can't play it because it physically hurts you. Like, yeah, this is. Can't be mad at some random person on the internet. What are you, a lunatic? No, I've heard that before, and it always bothers me. So we're going to talk about Limitless Champions. And we're going to talk a little bit something about what I like to refer to as good ideas, bad execution. Good idea. There is nothing wrong with showing representation on the table. You know what? I believe that. I want more. I think it's a good thing to show people, from different backgrounds, from different problems going on. It's cool to have blind characters. It's cool to have, maybe a character with a cool gauntlet hand or something. That's a historical basis. There's some stuff going on with that. This is called what I would like to refer to more as disability fetishism. Okay, you want to know why it's called disability fetishism? Well, let's take a quick look. Now, fibromyalgia, amputation. Oh, I actually noticed the artwork is god fucking awesome. Quadriplegia. Why'd you have to do that one? Blindness. Okay, blindness. Fine. Druid with anxiety with a grounding device. We'll get to that. Alpaloca errata. This pretty much means that you are pretty much permanently bald. You just made a bald figure. That's all you did. You made a bald figure. You don't get to claim that it's like a good or bad. No, you just want to say that. I'm gonna put the fucking fake fair on there too. Don't get me wrong on that. You have a cleft palate. You do a little nick on the fucking model. That's all you need to do. This is the weird one when it comes to amputation. Amputation, and it's supposed to be representative of the horn. That's how that works. It doesn't. That's how none of this works. Treacher-Collins syndrome, anxiety and memory loss. This isn't... They changed that? I remember her being a rogue. They changed that, didn't they? They fucking changed it. Holy shit. That's a good one. They fucking changed it. Yeah, because I thought it was like, because I'm like, why is this a rogue and why does she have that when they actually have a druid up here? I'm like, that makes a little bit more sense, but like, yeah, this is the one with arthritis. The Ollie Drago, the halfling dragonborn with Down syndrome. The fucking fighter with blindness. They didn't get rid of this one. They get rid of precision. The monk with cerebral palsy. The multiple sclerosis fucking bard. Wasn't she a gnome before? I thought she was a gnome before. Wait, they changed a few of these. Okay, no, he's a paladin still. Yeah, there's a cerebral palsy monk. No, she was always human. I thought she was a gnome. Yeah. Like, why are you on here? Like a panic disorder? Like, no. Not necessarily like it's that bad, but it's like, why are you doing a miniature of that? Like, that's not... Chronic fatigue syndrome, more cerebral palsy. And look at him go. Now, the thing that I pointed out was odd, very odd. She didn't have cerebral palsy before. Yeah, she did. She always had cerebral palsy. Let's see. There's two blind fellows. She didn't have cerebral palsy before. Where's the... let me see. I'm literally going through... We've had Arthritis Elf. I'm noticing the rogue got changed. We've always had the wizard. The barbarian was there. Sorcerer was there. Rogue was there. Druid. Rogue. That's a shitty rogue because he's in full fucking metal. Yeah, there's 2 blind fellows. Was there 2 blind fellows? I'm actually like going through and like trying to like look through. Yeah, no, Aurelius was the blind paladin. Yeah, he was the blind paladin. You also had the I believe there was this was the second blind. Dread the warlock. Yeah, there was a couple weird ones. Yeah, here's the thing that's weird. Here's the thing that's weird. Is not only are you effectively giving every single one of these a stat block to fight, mostly because this guy is chaotic neutral. Don't forget about that. The weird odd bit about all of these, the weird strange thing, is that half of them don't feel like they're representing anything. Like, they don't feel like they're representing anything. They're representing you trying to feel good about yourself. And that's not appropriate. Like, that's, like, a little weird. Okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's like that. It's like, that's, like, not really... Like, what are you... Like, what's the plan here? I wonder, like... This is a sampler. This is what something I actually thought. This was actually the sampler they downloaded. She's a bard, mind you. This is the bardic woman. Also tactically notice fucking Yiddish on her fucking things, but we're not gonna talk about that. Why do you have her as like a full-on like statted out thing with stupid stats, by the way? This is her stats. She's bonkers. And like, it's like, yeah, oh boy, you have muscle control. Don't always act the way she would, sometimes never doing so. Like, lacks finer motor, generally causing -4 penalty on all strength checks and saving throws. Jesus! What the fuck is going on with you? Yeah, the Kickstarter page did mention a lot of these were self-inserts. Yeah, it's... Yeah, there's a lot of Hollywood varietyism into it. Like, one thing I want to talk about, it's not necessarily the idea that it's bad. That's fine. I like having characters who are a little bit messed up. I like having characters who are amputated or being blind or things like that. It gives a lot of character to them. You know, it makes it so that, like, hey, let's talk about something important. Let's talk about something bigger. And there's a lot of things there. That's why I really like accessibility gaming. I feel angry about they die because X or Y reason, because they are special little babies. Well, yeah, because it is like, why are you providing like full stat readouts for them and like giving everything? Because then we did a little bit of looking around at this particular company, which we thought was very strange. Dale Critzy here. See here, he's actually made another thing called Limitless Heroics. This is a comprehensive guide of game mechanics for disabilities, mental illness, and neurodivergence in 5th edition. And there are some which aren't like, it's not like, it's like, what the fuck are you on about? Because like 450 of these traits, there was one where we found like, which was effectively like, yeah, you have like chronic bowel, syndrome. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, oh, that's weird. Like, oh no. Oh no, what are you doing? No. It's like, what made you put in the cerebral palsy monk? What made you think this was a good idea? I want to know. I really want to know. I want to see the mental gym fucking gymnastics of what made you think this was a good idea. I want to see the mental gymnastics of like half of these. And the way half of them look is ridiculous. Like, come on, guys. These have a little bit of honor in there. And some of them just feel like really bizarre. It's like, oh, you don't forget about the service animal figures. It's like, oh, sweet. Like, this here's the thing. If you just said it's a halfling with Down syndrome, fine. But the problem is you made a halfling dragonborn with Down syndrome. That leads to some implications there. Fun fact. Or like the knight with arthritis. What does this mean? Why? What's it fucking mean? You just want to feel good about it. You just want to. Oh, geez. Oh, goodness. But yeah, that I don't hate the idea. I hate the fact that it is written by people either... Like, I don't, like... How do I want to, like, Lord of the Rings movie was missing an arm and was gnarly, rotten iron claw. That's cool, yeah. It's things like that. Like, hey, you put in something cool, even if it was like, here's a bunch of miniature, like, prosthetic miniatures could be cool. Magnetize a limb or two. And then suddenly, like, hey, yeah, I could sub out some bits and pieces here. And that could be pretty fun. It gives a lot of, things going on there. It's like, hey, yeah, here's a bunch of magnetic miniatures. That would be pretty cool. People would really like that. It'd be kind of neat. Yeah, but it's like, I understand, like, these are actual problems people go through. I understand that. But representing that on the table is either unnecessary or weird. It's just like, ooh, what's that? What's the, like, okay, let's, I love 5e. I love 5e. It's the only game I need. Love 5e. I love 5e. I'm gonna kill myself. Every day we stray further from God's holy light. A text-based adventure. Why are you here? No. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Ninja sloths. Oh, that's what? Okay, based. Resinous hearts. I mean, could be funny. It looks like it's going to make its goal. So, I mean, like, cool. If it comes up, we'll probably slap it in the war case. Alchemy Virtual Tabletop. Another VTT that needs way less money than it actually thinks. Somehow getting all of these things just magically. Or deck only? Like, what? There's another one. That's a weird. There's a bunch of these decks. Yeah, you see like these decks. You got a lot more. Alchemy RPG. I've heard of you before. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Do 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 do. 5e adventure. 5e adventure. Do alchemy RP. That's way too cheap, by the way. They already have the. Oh, they already have it set up. I think they already have a website. Looks like they're already allying with a few people. Early access. Find this. Nope. Continue. I mean, I just want to look at your site. There's nothing suspicious about your. God, there's a creator there's a creator thing for it. Who made you? Why are they hiding who they are? Tanya DePass. I've seen that name. Yeah, this is Tanya. We've talked to Tanya before. Shut up. Boreal. Or Boreal LLC. Let's do a bit of digging. Boreal LLC. Here we go. Hello. Based out of Oregon. Yep, our Boreal LLC open corporates. Amy Vorpal, right there. Directors and officers. Member right there. Our Boreal LLC, domestic liability company. Registered in Oregon, so it has to be. So yeah, it's these people. Who would be the head, though? Who would be the head? Removal of Officer Justice or addition of Officer Jonathan Ritter. Who's the main person? There's Tanya. Nevin. He's new. Amy's relatively new. She came on 2 months ago. Ashir McMahon. Chris Eddy. Hello. Hello. Co-founder of Alchemy RPG. Yep, this is him. Let's check. Alchemy RPG. Where's the other one? There's another co-founder. So he's the one. He's the one. Co-founder. So this is Isaac. So this is Alchemy RPG. Boom, right here. This is him. Co-founder, Alchemy RPG, CBT Nuggets. Oh, healthcare systems, software architects. So let's do Alchemy RPG. Tell me more about Alchemy RPG. So he's been working on this for a while. What am I thinking of? I need to find. We haven't been doing this for a while. We need to find. You're a co-founder of that, so. Alchemy RPG, about, jobs, people. 7 employees. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. There we go. Oh. So Chris Eddy is the other one. So Chris Eddy has to be the other co-founder. I work at Netflix. Amazon Music Act building. He works at Netflix. CBT Nuggets right there. That's where they were working together. They're working together and they made Alchemy. So he works at Netflix presently. The other guy works probably full-time there. What did you do at CBT Nuggets? Bunch of learning stuff for IT guys. Oh, they're IT guys. Interesting. Learn something new today. People are falling out. What if you game developer? Why? So, for mechanic, head of product. This is Asher. He's the head of product. Head of product, CBT Nuggets, right there. Boom, 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 boom. Found it, found it, found it. That's what I like to see. So, Rebel. So yeah, this is Dakota Coates. Right there. Ex Netflix. So everyone's gone on full hog on the Alchemy. Neither. Yeah. Pretty standard assortment of people. Weird that they've got people like Tanya DePass working on that, but I guess Tanya is going to be the front man. Okay. CPIs are in there. Wouldn't it be funny if everyday heroes ended up on their healthcare systems, managing a database of millions of people worldwide? Yeah, CBT Nuggets seems to be like an IT thing. I don't think they have access to anything like that for healthcare systems, mind you. Because that's very fucking illegal. It's what I'm seeing there is that there were a bunch of IT guys trying to get in on it, which weird that you would leave a job at Netflix for that, but hey, what do I know? Unless you're getting money outside, but that's a variety of issues. Because right now we're ending in a weird situation with VTTs where there's a shit ton of VTTs out there. And they're all competing against each other now. And they're going to they're effectively going to be killing each other. So that'll be funny. Funny, haha, hee hee, hoo hoo, haha, hee hee. Because everybody wants to be the next Roll20. Okay, we've seen some of these. Well, nothing really else here. Bunch of bullshit. Let's go to itch.io. Oh, new and popular. Tell me more about new and popular things. Cyberpunk with more punk. Cool. The Maw. No. Pop-up dice trays. No. 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 Wizard Tabletop. Okay. Mini campaign Azir the Last Avatar. Powered by the Apocalypse. Yes, we're the Pinkertons. Yes, we still exist. Yes, we're here for you. And I love itch.io. It's the best. Clone Wars RPG. Fossil clone el busc sobre fornece guerra que parece now vertem. CDM planeto excepto no espaco siderio o memeso nosca corredos tutoros dos sendo suen miseo e sempre mantere paz mas para isso vece deve se prepara para aguarda. Ta-da! I'm speaking Spanish. Oh no. Selling medical data is very fucking illegal. That's different. Medical, like strict medical data, very illegal to sell. You have to go through very certain things. But if I tell you my blood type, that's not illegal to sell. Very different. If you looked at the game jam section on itch, usually there's a few tabletop ones going. It's a nightmare. Let's see. We got a Witcher game going on. May the Force. Huh. La Revolte Cadre. D6 Isekai flavors. Dino Car. Dino Car. I'm seeing Kino on the menu, boys. Let's see. 5e, Dark Character Sheet, Bloodlust, Injury System, Masks. 34s, or once again we are defeated. Oh, Fight with Spirits here. I wonder if Fight with Spirits got any. No, we don't got any. I always get Fight with Spirit. Oh God, yes. Ah. Dino Jam, Dino Cars, hell yeah. Goldilocks? What do you mean, Goldilocks? Something? Oh. Roll the middle. Happy medium, too much is bad, not enough. Makes roll middle values. Roll high, roll above, rolling in the middle is a success. Oh. Oh, I love it. I love it how this is 24 kilobytes. I love it. Let's look at it. They use the center system SRD, baby. See, this is why I need to make the center system full on. Let's open it up, everybody. It can't be that bad, man says to himself, fully knowing it can be. Goldilocks. License. Overview. Core mechanics. Goldilocks zone would be 3 and 4. Oh, it's a lame center system. I see. Oh, it's a lame. Oh, it's lame. 0 out of. Lame. We demand Dino Car review. I mean, you can't ruin Dino Car for me. By Dino Jam. Who? Let's see. Dino Berry. Nevin. Oh, don't ruin Dino Car for me. Don't you ruin Dino Car for me. Have a Dino Berry press. Yeah, this is Dino Berry. Fun followed by Charlotte. God damn it, Charlotte. Don't you ruin Dino Berries for me. I've contributed to. Oh, you've contributed to Nova. Wow. Looks like you. Oh, wow. That's you, isn't it? Oh. Strongest Argentinian man. No, bad. Bad notepad. The truth will kill you. Who is Charlotte? Charlotte, otherwise known as Selkie, is a person from the Orange server. Well, yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is, my face is already out there. My face is out there for the viewing public. Hence why I go by AP Blaine. Good old AP Blaine. You can find my faces. Just look at the April video. April 1st video. Dino Car in 5 minutes. Why do you need... Oh, God, Gilla. Gilla! You perfidious coward. You've ruined dino cars for me. You've ruined dino cars. You perfidious fool. Okay, yeah, that's I still hate itch.io. Yeah, we're gonna call it there for today. Damn straight. I know where you live. I've seen you in your dreams. So yeah, that is today. Hopefully everyone had fun. Children's Safety Cap, a tabletop role-playing game. So what's going on in the next few days? Tomorrow, man, whose last bit of hope he didn't know he had. Tomorrow we may stream, we may not. Depends entirely on how I'm feeling. Not gonna lie, kind of feeling how I'm vibing. If we do a stream tomorrow, it will probably be me and my death march to finish every fucking button. It will probably be my death march to finish Pretty Derby. That'll probably be what's up on the menu then. That's I need to get that done. I've been saying I'm going to get it done. I'm going to work on it a bit tonight, seeing what really kind of hammering out like what needs to be done. I think it's just going to be a lot of tables, and it's just a lot of fixing little things up. Once that gets done, we're in the clear pretty much. Monday, we are probably going to have to do, we're going to do some more work probably on, there's a guild for that. I do plan on starting it on Wednesday though, so we're going to start it next week for sure. That's rest assured. As for the videos, let me open up my. That it? No. That's... Yeah. As for the videos, this is most likely what's going to happen. I might change this, but we're going to go Other Sons into I Love the Core, because I find that funny. And talking about Other Sons can be kind of amusing in its own right. The week after that, we're going to be doing Patrol into the Cycles of Guilt, talking about gameplay loops. Because I think talking about Patrol into that will be a very good idea. And then we're going to be going on to the final week of May. I don't really know what the videos are going to look like, but we're going to... Oh, God. Maybe play it by ear a little bit there. Depending on if I do Pretty Derby on tomorrow, we will probably hammer out the rest of Dark Messiah next week. We don't have that much of the game left. It's just kind of a time thing. But then, yeah, I think we're making pretty good time. If anything, maybe we'll do another video right after. Maybe not. Kind of depends on a few things. If we do another video, it will most likely be something shorter. Like a one-shot video thing. That could be fun. I don't know yet. Play it by ear. So, thank you all. Hope you have a fun time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Godspeed. Good luck. I will see you all on the flip side. And tomorrow, hopefully the case that I thought about getting up was up. So